1 second. My mic is hot. Yeah, that was nice. Pretty cool seeing that. Hey, what's going on out there? Check 1 2, mic check. Oh boy. We got some crap to talk about this morning. There could be a trap out there. Check 1 2, mic check. We'll switch. Let's go right over to the what? We need to talk about QRE, QRA. I didn't talk about it in the brief last night. I totally missed that it was even coming out last night. Or that was coming out this week, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. There's like QRE today, then they do recommendations tomorrow, and then the announcement comes out on Wednesday. So we looked at QRE and QRA this past April, and it wasn't on anyone's radar. The market sold hard and heavy for 3 straight days. And
just look for Netflix and FLA.
Oh, let me mute this really quick here.
Debt shelf. Size not disclosed forever. It's via an SEC filing.
Yeah, turn these off. So, last QRE, QRA announcement, we sold 3 straight days. It was a fucking bloodbath. It was not a nightmare. And we're at that same place. Let me see if I can go over there right now and look at a few things here. So, you got the BFJ this week, so you should be watching the USD JPY. Let's see if we can go to the bottom right-hand screen. So we can switch over here. We're going to go to the TNX, the US 10-year. And also make a notation here. Can we do it on a 4-hour maybe? Yeah. And we had a kind of a similar setup back here, and April. What's this right here? April. This is 28th, 27th, 28th of March, or April, excuse me. And we ended up blasting off rather than breaking through support. Right now, and we have an example of this back in, I want to say it was I have it here. Hold on here. There's another instance of TNX breaking support, which was back on Monday, December 17th of 2018. It marked a place where TNX bled out. The Fed funds rate flattened. I checked the Fed funds rate as well. It flattened. But what did happen was we encountered some final downside move in the market before turning extremely bullish. And there's some of that risk today. So here's TNX right here, and I'll move this one over for you. It's already beginning to break below this morning. It's the blue line. Maybe I can change this to a candlestick. Maybe that helps. Minute candles. Maybe that helps with TNX, so you can see it better. But it hasn't quite broken yet. But it's getting to that point of wanting to break. And we're on a high this morning, coming in at 9:30 in the next couple minutes. So I don't know that I would say, like, tech's got some real problems underneath the hood of it. It's looking kind of bearish, even though S&P 500 on the surface looks fine. So I don't know what to say to you here. I don't want to say to you there's a bull trap here, a major bull trap, but it's there. It's definitely there. Why does it look so dark in my office right the fuck is going on with this shit? So, at any rate, let me move this over. Sorry about that. Move all that over. Come back to the show here. After the weekend, let me see if I turn some of that stuff off. So, what I want to say to you though is this: there is some risk here in the background. There's some QE stuff, QT stuff with QRA and duration, right? And bonds at least, or issuance issues. And are we going to get cuts, not cuts? We've got the Fed meeting coming up on the later on this week. There's a lot of moving parts in the background of the market that are not necessarily like under normal circumstances. I would tell you, yeah, we're going to blast up to 552 today. I still think that's possible, but I want you to know that there are other things going on outside of cash market that are dangerous. It's not that it's going to happen. It's that if you're just a cash market participant, there's some real danger underneath the hood here where we could reject at some point like 552 and start rolling to the downside in a meaningful way. So in the next few days, I want you to just the next few days, like today, like this whole week, just pay close attention. If we begin to roll, don't. If we begin to roll in a meaningful way to the downside, like a major roll down, you either have to be hedged, or you might want to take out some really cheap fucking puts, or just hedge, or be aware that we could make a major roll down and then a huge bounce back up. It's not permanent. Just note that and the vol curve says the same thing. Vol curve's still cranking right now. There's a lot going on underneath the surface of the cash market that you could be under normal circumstances. You're like, hey, we're going to go here and there and here and there. And we just blood like bad in a meaningful way. So we'll go into some more about this. I'll show you why under the surface. I'll show you some more pointers stating to just be careful here. And look at, they're already blooding this fucker down. Look at these fucking savages right off the bell. Now, let me check out the 1600 hour mark. There's Friday low right there at 16. Well, that's Friday low at 1600 down there. This is kind of my spot here. This green box right here is kind of where I'm thinking be careful underneath that green box. And we'll talk about this some more this morning. We'll talk about some more about this, because with this, if this TNX turns around to the upside, and there's more room for USD JPY to go up, but there's another down move hidden in there on the dollar yen, and we got the Bank of Japan doing a bunch of shit this week, and we got our own Fed, and we got Yellen out there blabbing her mouth again because she knows it's her time to shine the next few days. So just be careful of the next, I would say particularly Monday through Wednesday. Be hyper careful of that QRA, QRE. Does anybody else know that, or no? Is it just me talking about this, or is anybody else out there talking about this, or no? I see some of the bears on FinTwit calling out the 100 and 200 day simple moving averages on Qs in particular, getting pretty fucking bearish on an hourly basis. On Qs, there's some of that, and SPI or SPY velocity is neutral, so there's no real read that we're going to go higher on SPY either. We'll take a look at that on a 30-minute basis really quick here now. It's just here on this SPOOS right now, right? You've got the impetus for maybe some bullishness here, maybe a little bit of bullishness here. Still like buying the hourly on these lows down here. Love finding a low with higher lows. But the daily trigger here is neutral. It's not bullish. And we need to talk about that too. So just by following the rules of the triggers. Just by following the rules of the triggers, right? We know we want a few conditions. We want price to be doing this, right? Breaking above the daily trigger, right? We want that new high, not this new high, but we want that new high right there. We want that bad boy. But we also want the cross of the hourly trigger above the daily trigger. And we don't talk about this one as much, but this one to me is low volatility is price, hourly trigger, daily trigger, weekly trigger, then monthly trigger, quarterly trigger, etc. And so we're still underneath this daily trigger right now. So there's volatility is to be expected here. Does that make sense? You're bound to see some volatility here, and you can already see the selling that took place earlier this morning, almost like a pin strike. Bam, we're going to sell it right back down that daily trigger. Try to get underneath this support right here. There can be an argument made that you can still be bulled up as long as we don't give up the low that we experienced last week. We're just going to come back and check this, and then we're going higher. Bam, to the upside. But in all honesty, I don't want to see this Friday 4 p.m. close. Possibly you could go as deep maybe as this is Friday at what time? This is the morning on Friday. Maybe not. I would prefer this right here. And I'll tell you why too. Whenever we make these rolls, when we have pullbacks or we have pullback to any kind of a corrective move down here, I'm expecting from the bulls to be Johnny on the spot. Like you're like bam, bam. You're gonna expect the first rejection, the daily trigger, but then I'm expecting, a big powerful move up, knock out that high, come back down, grab your hourly trigger, boom, no big deal, another new high, and then we start making our way back to all-time highs. That's the expectation. If you're a bull, you should be expecting that. Any failure to do that, any step along the way where you're failing to get these new highs, is cause for concern because of where we are. So just this morning on this opening bell, I would say let the market open up. If you're a bull, do not get pulled into a trap for a major downside move. We'll go into more information regarding this. We'll get into some more information regarding this. What's showing this? Let me bring this down a little bit here. Bring that down just a little tiny bit. We'll chat about this some more this morning. Like, what can we see the reversal on TNX? If TNX starts climbing, that can be a pretty nasty sign for equities market. We'll also look at the U.S. dollar, JPY. See if there's a trap here for bulls. I think there might be. It's possible. And then you get the QRE, QRA, and if there's no demarcation point for rate cuts, it could be a negative for the market. We'll talk about that with Jerome Powell as well, and the expectations of what his conversation with the market is going to be with market participants, and if we what the expected conversation is going to be. And if he falters or if he falters in any way or deviates any way from that expectation, and he's done this already, right? We've already have examples of him in prior rate meetings where you're expecting a certain tone, and he kind of gives us the shaft, right? We have examples of him doing this already in the past. This would be where you get the opening conversation of rate cuts. You get the dovish Jerome Powell, but he also tells you, he throws in a wrench in there and says something to like, not only is this data dependent, but we've made no decisions. Something hawkish along the lines of don't expect a rate cut in September. Anything deviating away from you're getting a fucking or expect a rate cut in September would be hawkish to the cash market. So we'll talk more about that this morning too at some point. What's going on? How y'all doing? So not too many people are talking about QRE and QRA. Yeah, I think there's a risk here that's unseen to the market. So we'll take a look at it. It could be a risk to bull or to bears too. At home, pull out if you pull out a chart at home, pull out like NDX, put a 100-day on it, a 200-day on it, and it's kind of sketchy. And tech's going to drag S&P down one way or another. You're not going to get out of, if they blood the fuck out of tech, they're going to drag. It's going to be like a dead bot or a dead weight or someone drowning in the ocean and you grab them or something. They're going to try to grab you as well. All right, let me see what's going on here. There's a bunch of stuff to talk about this though too. So I just saw someone just commented about Tesla. And it looks pretty good here, right? Like Tesla looks like it wants to break out to the upside. Amazon, Netflix, anyone that's reported. I touched on this briefly in the market brief last night. There was a rotation, or what looks like what's happening is overweight tech stocks were getting hammered on their ERs. We have a big tech report week coming up, but they're cutting all these tickers, but then swooping back in a week or two later, however long it takes to get down to their weekly triggers, and they're right back into these tickers. Although Amazon in particular looked like it had caught a bid last Friday, and they're already on their weekly trigger. So I'm a little bit more bulled up on Amazon than I would be or would have been on like Netflix or anything that was slightly overvalued. I did scratch my head though on Tesla. Their monthly and quarterly velocity looks great. So if there's an argument to be made for Tesla to come back and not go to the depths of hell, that would be it. They got cut on their ER, but they're not going to go down to the depths of hell and trade $100, trade 120, $70, or any of that kind of nonsense if they can make a turnaround too. And we'll take a look at Tesla really quick here. So Tesla came down and touched its monthly trigger. You can see it down here in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And you've got the weekly trigger that's quite bullish right now on Tesla. And its monthly is bullish too. It's monthly, it's quarterly. All these triggers are extremely bullish right now. So if it was a matter of just sell the news and we're going to get off and running again, Tesla's a prime candidate. Price is now above their daily trigger. If they catch a successful back test on their daily trigger and their hourly trigger crosses to the upside, you could see Tesla take back off to another nice bullish run and try to reattack that 280, 300 above. So pay close attention to that ticker as well. What else we got here? SPX Gamma is just coming out. I'll get you that stuff right now. Give me a quick second here. My back is fucking killing me. Like straight killing me. Hold on here. Like having some serious back pain. It's getting worse and worse. I think I've had this chair for not long. Under a year, 6 months, 9 months, maybe. It was expensive too. It was like a $600 or $700 chair. Well, it wasn't that expensive, but it wasn't fucking cheap. I don't know if it's the chair that's doing it, but I'm making it like I've been in my chair for a couple hours now, but like an hour in this morning, it was I literally crawl out of the chair to stand up straight. I don't know if it's the chair or that I've been kind of moving around a lot. Hold on here. I've been busy. Well, and my kids are gone. I got both kids gone eventually this past weekend. Oof. Yeah, we're still below the gamma flip here. Let's go back. Let's go to the bottom right-hand side screen here. Gamma flip is still higher. It's still above at 55.25 right now. So we're not really out of the woods here yet, are we? For S&P 500. Just be conscious. There's some kind of a trap here set for bulls. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but just be conscious of it that there are other market participants or outside of cash market participants that are looking for some kind of a death blow here to the markets. There's some kind of like I don't know if it's a flash crash or a major downside move. And they got all this stuff is set up for it. Like the gamma flip is higher. You can see that that's above right now. There's a 100-day moving average coming down on top of Qs. TNX is on this weird like support, and if it breaks and bloods down, could lend some volatility to the downside of the market. So just be conscious of this. I'll be honest with you. If you want to be there's two ways you can look at this. You can look at this like, boom, we blast off, we're rocking and rolling, and you're cursing me this whole way in here. Fuck you, Captain Jim James. Fuck you, Captain Jim James. I missed all this run, Captain. I would have timed it all perfect. And now I'm only getting the last leg. There's others of you in here that I know that if you should exercise some just caution as we're in here. You can trade in these levels, but just caution. Not you're not full book all the way in here for us to move to the upside. You know what I'm saying? You're not like all my exposure is in SPOOs going to 6,000 right now. Cap, get fucked. I would say that's very dangerous. Very dangerous. There's some other market stuff going on that can be kind of dangerous. Oh boy, look at that little dip down there. We didn't quite get that tick down there in SPY, did we? SPY showing its cards on Thursday close. No new low. Make sure the robots or the software is still in charge. I'll post this for you inside the Discord too. Let me get you guys a picture of this inside the Discord. It's that same fucking place up there. Same fucking place up there. Get that right there. Post that for you guys inside the Discord here. We go right back to the main screen. I'll get some NDX going for you here too in just a minute. Woo. Give me one quick second here. I'm going to read some news to you from this morning here and get you guys all caught up here. Yeah, we should look at Brent too. We should look at CL. All right, what do we got here? Tesla named new top pick in U.S. autos at Morgan Stanley, replacing Ford. Former President Trump says he will create a national Bitcoin stockpile if he wins the 2024 election. He has also said he will appoint cryptocurrency-friendly regulators, according to NBC News. We know that you can't trust anything he fucking says. It should be good for Bitcoin in the short term, but can't trust anything he says. Treasury Secretary Yellen says $3 trillion annually is needed to combat climate change. McDonald's sales declined for the first time since 2020 in the second quarter, falling short of analyst expectations for modest growth. The chain's comparable sales metric tracking restaurants open for over a year fell 1% from the year prior. Each of McDonald's geographic segments saw sales decline. In the U.S., the trend was driven in part by a decline in foot traffic. Nikkei is ending a 5-day losing streak, gained 2.1% on Monday. U.S. dollar JPY stabilizing ahead of important decision from BofJ and the Fed. British stocks are breaking out of range, extending their rally the third day in a row. Chinese bond yields flashing red and continue to implode to multi-decade lows. I also have for you here Goldman's Pravorsky looking at some of these more obscure onshore commodity futures. It's starting to look pretty grim. Glass futures, soda ash, polyethylene, rebar, HRC, pulp, rebar, HRC, etc. All either or at near 3 to 6 month lows. Disinflation in commodity chain is persistent. Is a persistent thematic. Upside target on Gamma Flip. The Gamma Flip's at 52.25. The upside at 5,600 stands out. The downside target would be 54.50, 5,400. For context, it is noteworthy that hedge funds, which were largely right and early about the rotation, started to dip their toes into the water again last week. HF's covered some infotech shorts last week. I think I posted some of this to you already last night. About the infotech longs in the market. I think I posted that chart to you last night. And their long-short ratio is now running in the low 16th percentile, 1 year look back in 7th percentile. HFs continue to rotate forcefully into energy and materials, while industrials saw the largest risk unwind in dollar terms since 2011, is now the largest on record over a 2-week period. I think I showed you guys that last night. And what banks are getting long in the sector rotation. What else am I looking at here? Gotta move this over too. Can I move that over? Nope. Hold on. Nope. I don't want. Nope. No. 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 Oh no. No. What am I doing here? Hold on here. I got to do something here. I just fucked something up. No. Hold on. Pain in the ass. Hang tight there. Dude, like seriously. Sorry. There we go. We're back in again. Sorry about that. All right, let's see what you guys are saying inside the Discord really quick. Tesla close to break in 230. FTM CL for sure cap. Yeah, CL is important here, right? Is it bottoming or is it not bottoming? This would be implying the market's going to go up, of course, or Inflation is going to go up. Let's see here. SPX Gamma, Qs, rejecting on its pivot point this morning. I have a target, upside target of 474 on Qs. That has not happened yet. A little bit of rejection at the first resistance on IWM. DIA getting shanked here a little bit early. Another little bump here in the VIX 9-day. Man, I'm wondering if I should buy some fucking puts here. We go back to a 30-minute here. HYG squeezing higher earlier this morning. We check HYG on a 30-minute basis. It's kind of bullish. It ain't bearish, HYG. So HYG not lending in. The 2 years not lending any insight here that we're bared up. TNX holding on for its life. Tesla going up. Netflix still in its buy zone. No, it's still dragging ass down here. Amazon trying to hold on right now. Disney trying to make its way higher from that $90 mark. Looks like it's got a V-shaped recovery going on. I was hoping that we could clear down below 90 and trade 60 or 72, I think. Looking like it's trying to make a recovery. It's above its hourly trigger at this point. Looking for at least a half-back trade. Daily trigger is at 96.34. For your consideration for a long this morning would be Disney. TLT with a little bit of rollover going on, but has been bullish since Friday or since Thursday close. Rate sensitive, of course. Goog now trying to break out too. There might be another Google with a 4 trigger cluster on the upside, same as Tesla, as well as what was the other one that was looking pretty good? Disney was looking pretty good too. XLF getting taken down a notch earlier this morning. U.S. dollar JPY heading higher into this weekly trigger. Keep your eyes on this U.S. dollar JPY. Keep your eyes on the target of 154.28 on that pair trade. NVDA is looking bared up too, right? Like NVDA has got that same QQQ bear market ahead of itself. So you can rotate between these charts. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm like this morning, I'm just like, I don't know where it is. I feel like it's Trap Air Force. You have lower NQ put spreads for Friday. I think Tech has an overhang until Mag 4 reports. Yeah, there's. I don't know how long I don't know how long. I don't know if you can sweep the legs on these tickers in Mag 7 and not have SPY follow, or if there can be a deviation, or if not, if there can or cannot be. I'm gonna try to grab some puts. I'm gonna try to grab some crash puts. Just getting that fucking feeling. You know what the other thing too is? I bet a strangle would be all right too here. It could invariably be a bear trap too. Not a bull trap. This could go either way. Jerome will send NVDA to $95. I think I had $100 on it, but let me look at it again. Yeah, I got $100 on NVDA. Right down there is my buy zone for it. But my question is, does this drag the market down too? Like, is there a fucking trap in here for the market? Oof. I think I had something on that with DIA too. I had like DIA coming back for another low before the actual run into end of August. I'm feeling squirrely here. I'm feeling pretty squirrely here. I feel like the dress can get pulled up. Whoop. And you're like, oh shit, I ain't wearing no fucking protection. I'm gonna watch in here, see if there's rejection. Right up here in this 547. Target the upside, I got 550.47 and 552.13. Two targets up in here. Nice successful back test of the half an hour and hourly trigger. I'm trying to tag this right now, this 547.81. Mm, 5,600. Whoop. SPX. Yeah, that seems like the target for me too. Like right up there. I just don't know if we go there. Or maybe we go there really quick and then roll. I think I've got, yeah, is that what I have for a target? The first big target? That's about what I got. That's 550. It's 552 is right around. Think tighter. There's a trap up there. 100%. Like, the more that I'm thinking about this, the more I'm like, man, it's a goddamn trap waiting up here for bulls. A doozy. What are you saying? Agreed on if Rusty beat Nvda, I want a gap fill above gamma to that 55 area gap fill, but I'm also a bot, so what do I know? Wisdom, time, and market. I think Vol Signals said it well the other day. You get to a point where you don't even know the techno or the reasons anymore. You just know. Then you start to forget things that you learned years ago. but you just know it's there. Yeah, I think there's a trap here for bulls, a major one, like a fucking bloodbath. I don't mean like a pullback either. I mean like a meaningful move to the downside. So we'll see. There's a lot to escape before we can say that, though. We'd have to escape above this red box, back test this red box, all that kind of stupid shit. This is kind of like an important place up here. See if we can grab an upside call here real quick. Capture some money today. 550 is cheap-ish, 30 cents. Watch out for a watch it. We never touched the crosshair, so just be careful of a back test by ma'am to the upside. I want to see us get up there, but I don't know if we do. Wish I could draw lines like this, double line. One that's just before, one that's just after. Watch out for the quick break down below here. Testing the cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Turn this back on.
Of note for UK stocks, the FCA regulator says rules governing financial services could be streamlined to reduce burdens on businesses. That follows a review which was launched by the regulator itself. A bit more here from the UK's FCA. They are considering simplifying the rules in the commercial insurance sector.
We'll see what happens here.
And folks, just in terms of what lies ahead, particularly of note for the European folks, there is that speech due from Chancellor Reeves from the UK in around half an hour's time. We have reposted our primer to the top of the Newswalk newsfeed for those who wish to get briefed. She could be announcing some measures to fill a UK black hole in the public finances. Again, details on the newsfeed for those who wish to get briefed. We'll do a brief preview in around 15 minutes.
See if I can get that for you guys. This doesn't look like a fucking. This doesn't look like a stop hunt. Let me see this right here. What does this say right here? 15:30, 10:30 Eastern Standard. I'm going to read this to you or post it maybe. I'll post this in the Discord. UK, I'm not going to post it. It's too much to read. UK Chancellor Reeves' statement on public finances is at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. Chancellor Reeves, well, I got to watch this here. I'm in some calls. I'm staying in them. Chancellor Reeves announced to MPs that there is a circa GBP 20 billion hole in public finances due to the prior conservative government's overspending in the 24-25 financial year. In short, immediate spending cuts are expected to be announced, and while tax increases, i.e. capital gains, cannot be ruled out, it is more likely that the statement teased the government up for tax increases in the autumn budget. My calls are still pretty good right now. I don't know if we're gonna go. If they're gonna blast us down here because they're still holding up, or not. But I'm still long here. I don't like this though. This isn't good. This is pretty bearish here. Failure to get a new high. Back here, failure to get above the daily trigger. They're coming in hot and heavy, trying to sell again. I don't like this failure here at all.
Bit of energy news.
So I'm going to try to get out here as soon as I can.
Be observed for the next few days due to maintenance work at the manufacturing center in Crwd.
And I think I might switch to some puts here for the week. Thought I could get us a little bit higher before switching to puts, but it looks like they're trying to do it early. Still long. But not because I don't want to be long, just because I don't want to be getting out right here. Okay, so the government teased the government up for tax increases in the autumn budget. A fiscal situation that Reeves will say was due to the prior government covering up fiscal shortfalls, then running away from the situation. Ahead of the statement, Chancellor Hunt has remarked that the UK's books were, quote, wide open, and what they show is a healthy, growing economy, end quote. Politics aside, the fiscal situation has likely deteriorated since March budget due to higher than expected interest rates and RPI in the months since. Reeves is expected to take immediate action to close some of the GPP $20 billion funding gap and UK press does not expect the entirety of the gap to be closed. Sky News reports that the gap will be narrowed by very, very painful immediate savings to the 24-25 budget in terms of potential announcements. The Telegraph reports that Reeves will sell off land and building sites and will prohibit the usage of non-essential consultants. Additionally, the BBC outlines the Reeves plan include the cancellation of some road and rail projects. From a market perspective, the main points of focus will be on any additional borrowing and or tax increases to cover the shortfall. On this, the BBC reports that Reeves will not suggest at this point that tax rises will be required. Instead, the OBR will be asked to assess public finances in a spending review will also commence. So you want to be looking for at 10:30. You want to hear about any like taxation of people directly. If you hear something like that, it should be ugly. The idea being people have money to spend in the market, I would assume. Pertinently, CDM highlights that the Treasury has refused to deny rumors that it's planning a capital gains tax hike. On a borrowing front, UK press reports head of Reeves' statement do not have any significant insight into whether anything fresh will be announced on this today. In short, the statement is expected to pave the way for tax increases in the autumn budget. So be aware of this coming up in the next half an hour. This could be something that could impact the U.S. markets. One measure Reeves could take is to adjust the impact of losses sustained by the B of E on bond sales from the unwinding of the QE program, a measure which JPM believes could save around $17 billion on GBP, which on top of the existing GBP of $8.9 billion of headroom for March's budget, resulting in a fiscal headroom of $25.9 billion. FT reports that investors would be sanguine if Reeves attempted to create fiscal headroom through such an adjustment. Elsewhere, Reeves will be announcing the date of her first formal fiscal event expected in the autumn. Additionally, to create new Office of Value for Money to identify cost savings, and will be recommending pay increases for some public sector employees in line with the pay review bodies, blah, 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 blah. On tax measures, the referenced Telegraph article reports that the Treasury is set to provide Reeves with options to equalize capital gains tax and income tax rates. As it stands, the top band of income tax is 45%. God damn. Jeez. Christ. 45% versus the top band of capital gains at 28%. Top band of income tax at 45% versus the top band of capital gains at 28%. That's pretty low. Such an adjustment could generate just over GPP $16 billion. Those studies, but not the 45, that's pretty high. Those studies into it have reportedly not accounted for the impact of tax planning adjustments. I'd like to know what the top band. I don't know what the tax rates are for Great Britain. I should, but I don't. So I would like to see that at some point. Adjusted for U.S. dollars. It's not that far off from us, though. Elsewhere, the article, blah, 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 which could generate just under $3 billion, according to IFS. Pension tax relief could be adjusted with a flat 30% rate of relief, as opposed to the current banded system in line with income tax levels of 20, 40, and 45%, which could generate just under GBP of $3 billion, according to IFS. Oof. If you're fucking rich in England, man, you get hammered with taxes. It's close by puts? I don't know. I don't think so. I think they're going to try to roll us down here early. I'm looking to exit here if I can. I'm long here. Calls. I'm trying to get out. I just want to get one more little green bar up here and get the fuck on out. I preferred to have seen the back test. Stop that. Preferred to see the back test be successful and head higher right there. This much of a pull back down, I'm a little concerned. I don't like it. It shows weakness by bulls, weakness by buyers. You can't be back testing the hour and half hour trigger and be dogging sideways like this to even be taken seriously as bullish here. They might not even get the escape here. All right. Oh shit. 550. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. uh, and scallop eyes. It's hard for me to so if you're in the Discord, you gotta I'm like trying to like take trades, post in the Discord, look at the charts, all that other fucking stuff. So I hit a 3 instead of a 5. I've actually recently I made some bad trades from a couple weeks ago. I made some bad trades from not reading or not being able to see what I was actually fucking slamming. Like I don't need new glasses. I just need like I got great like far off vision, shitty close up vision. Getting old. But I was making some fucking trades and I was like, the fuck am I doing here? Like literally like the wrong trade. Like old fucker, old man trading. You hit a 3 and thought it was a 5? Dude, I had a great weekend. Like I had unexpectedly had 2 kids gone this weekend. And had like was like playing musical chairs and then unexpectedly had 2 children missing this weekend. It was fucking crazy. Like I had like the whole house alone without kids and we were bad. It was like we were teenagers again. It was gross. Oh, and so like we were really we like went out and had a blast this weekend or whatever, but we went out, we wanted to eat, but we didn't want to go out to a nice place to eat. We didn't want any of the humdrum. Like we've been having real disappointments going out to eat. I'm still long here, by the way. We've had some real disappointments going out to eat recently. And we're changing our dining habits. We're eating a lot of foreign food. And I don't mean like Americanized Chinese food, although I just found an American Chinese restaurant that's fucking doing it's like American Chinese, but it's like new takes on it. I haven't been there yet. When I go, I'll take pictures. I'm going to try that place, but these are like foreigners own the restaurants. Like this is the like going for like real papooses, you know? Go to like a real Guatemalan restaurant or some shit. Like they don't speak English kind of places, right? I've been doing that because American cuisine has been a fucking bore. And the service really sucks. And the money that you spend to be going to these restaurants is obscene. I spend obscene fucking money when I go out to dinner, like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. It ain't fucking cheap. So I'm kind of like banning myself from eating in these fucking places. I'm kind of pissy at them. A million excuses can be made why that's happening in American cuisine, but I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. They're doing the same shit that they were doing 10, 15 years ago. There's a bunch of reasons for it. I don't want to get into it why. And then, of course, I go to like an authentic Japanese restaurant or an authentic Thai restaurant or Middle Eastern restaurant or South American restaurant or fucking Colombian restaurant or Cuban restaurant or wherever. And just like fresh. Everything is like boom in my face.
So folks, around 10 minutes
It's
now
not
to the bottom
tired.
of the hour, and we will be on the lookout
So
for
5
a
minutes
statement
time now
from the
at the
UK
bottom of the
Chancellor.
hour. We
Should be
expect
giving a
release of the
comment about
Dallas
public
Fed Manufacturing
finances.
Business
In
Index.
terms of the long and short of
Forecasted
it,
minus
immediate
15.5
spending cuts are
on the
expected
prior
to be
minus 15 at
announced.
spot.
what's going on over here? I've got some weird shit going on in the
Comment from
background.
UK's Chancellor
Cannot be
Reeves,
ruled
who
out.
speaks on the
It is
economy.
more likely that the statement teased
Having problems here this morning with my
the autumn budget.
stuff
A
here.
few more details that we've
I got
highlighted
stuff crashing in the background.
Those who want
Also
to get
looking
more
now to the
in-depth
Fear
look
and Greed
is
Index,
due
which is
to
at
around
48
the
out of
bottom the hour,
100, which
Come on.
is neutral.
While
While
on
the
the data front, we'll be getting the US Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index for July. The price stood at
Dude, what is going on here?
0.1.
So these restaurants, I've been like self-imposing a ban. I'm like, I just won't fucking go to them. Like I won't go. I'm not spending this money. Like everything from wine programs being cut. You get some dumbass saying, I can do the wine list or I can do the wine program. We don't need a SOM. To a service staff making fucking six figures in, I don't know. Like I'm all down for the quiet quitting at work. But if you're working in a place where you're making six fucking figures, you ain't quiet quitting there. So if you are, I'm not going to tip you and I'm not going to go there. So I'll just stop fucking going. So, shit. They're going to roll us. We're getting rolled, boys and girls. So we've been going to cheaper restaurants and getting better meals, better service, fucking cheaper, all across the board. And this weekend, we have no kids. So whenever we do stuff, we're going to get fucking rolled here. Whenever we go out to eat, it's always a production. It's like, like, how many hours have we gone? Dog's been for a walk. Cat's fed. Looking, kids don't look like they're unwashed. The unwashed and unkempt children in your life. The kids that don't want to take a shower, change their clothes. And then, of course, you have everybody else's their own issues, right? I'm tired. I'm sick. I'm hurt. I'm this. I'm that. I'm hungry. I'm not hungry. I don't like that food. I don't want this food. Do they have butter pasta with cut up hot dogs in it? That kind of stuff. You're always constantly going through this stuff, and it's always a production. It always costs money. It's time, and it's like a process. 2 or 3 hours of planning. Go out to eat dinner. So the wife and I we're not worried about anybody this weekend. So we're like, okay, I'm just hungry. So we go to our favorite dive bar. It's a shithole. They have some of the best burgers I've had in the city of Detroit, hands down, especially for the price. It's like a burger bear for like $10 and McDonald's French fries. They have McDonald's French fries with this really simple handmade patty by hand. They actually make them by hand, not in a press, not frozen. Make them by hand. They're amazing. Watch out here if you're a bull. You're about to get rolled to the downside. Spy looking really sketchy here. Q's looking, let me write that in there. We'll just make sure I write Q's in here. Put your helmets on there, bulls. Going all the way back to the pre-market low. So I'm just hungry. She's like, I made reservations at this place. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm like, I just want to eat. I was like, can we eat? She's like, yes. I was like, sweet. Can we go to the local bar, just get a burger, fries? And we had been out on the water for the entire day, so we looked like sailing bums. We had our beach shirts on, all unbuttoned. We were soaking wet still. Our hair was all mangled. and we looked like we had just come off the ocean, which we did, right? Well, off an inland lake, but so we go to this place, and they were having like a bartender Olympics or something like that. I think that's what they called it, bartender Olympics. And so they weren't cooking. They still had like some buffet tables out. The bartender was shit faced.
In a phone call with French
shit faced, and I was like, why? I was like, if she ever gets like, Detroit's a weird place. They don't allow gambling here. They have gambling, but they don't allow gambling. And a lot of these bars do gambling with like poker machines, and they have a poker machine in this shithole. And every year I'll see those police in there. They like bring in police to check to make sure they're not gambling in this place. And here's the pre-market low right here. So I'm like, why are they all shit faced in here? And why I'm like, they shouldn't be doing this shit. Not in this kind of a bar. I've seen drunk bartenders before, but not in a place like this. A place like this, they have this like vice task force all over Detroit. Any of these dive bars, you'll see those vice task forces in there frequently, enough that you never want to be drunk. If you're a dive bar bartender, I wouldn't be drunk. Anyways, they weren't cooking, so I was like, oh fuck. So my wife goes, there's another bar up the road. We've never been to it, but they have burgers and they're open late. You want to go there? I'm like, fuck yeah, let's try it. We don't have the kids with us. Do whatever we want, which is awesome. And we drive up to this other bar, and it was like a swinger night or something like that. We were like, what the fuck where are we going? Like, what's going on tonight? Why is like every place we're going, like something going on? And so we did get burgers, though. We begged the bartender to serve us burgers. We're like, please serve us burgers. And then we were out of there. SPY bleeding out, trading 544.53 underneath the hourly trigger. There's some kind of a bull trap here today. I don't know if it's real or not, but I don't know if this is it either. This could be it. This looks like it. If you look at April 28th or April 28th, 29th of this year, they pulled the same shit. We had 3 big down days. It's possible we do that today or kick that off today. So be aware of it. I talked about it earlier this morning at the beginning of the show that there is a bull trap in the market. Trading 544.66 right now. They're looking to close this and turn this into a pretty big downside move. Pay very close attention here if we break below 542.75 or not on SPY. Yeah. So I go to this bar. We're not swingers, by the way, but we see more of it as we get older. There's a few things we do notice when we get older. I have friends that are swingers, and in real life, and I notice more of it as I get older. I never noticed it when I was younger, but I notice it more at certain places with people right around their 40s and 50s. I notice it more than I ever did when I was younger, and so
1 minute.
So we were in this place, and I was like, man, this fucking place does look like you got some swinger shit going on here. And I'm like, and it looked like it was starting to get busy. So I asked the bartender, I'm like, when is this place going to start getting busy here? And she's like, oh yeah, whole crowd's coming through at like 12. I'm like, we got to eat and get the fuck on out of here as quickly as possible. It was just like things like people were giving certain looks and stuff. It was like that vibe. You just feel it. Vibe was there. So we had burgers, and we ended up leaving, and I got my own swing on with my wife all night long. I know. I'm like, I can't win anymore. Can't win at fine dining. Can't win to get a fucking burger. The second bar, she was like, we're not cooking right now. And she was all dressed up. And I was like, what are these people all fucking dressed up for? What the fuck is going on here? Like, all these people are dressed like they're all older people coming out at 10, 11 o'clock at night. What the fuck are they doing? So, anyways, that was the only bizarre thing that happened. Well, that was the only like weird thing that happened over the weekend. I definitely came in. I definitely walked into a. I don't know if it was a. I don't know if it's a swing. Maybe it wasn't swinger. I don't know.
Negative.
It was something like that. It was something like adult oriented, not necessarily swinger. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't condemn. But it was something like that. It was something. There was something going on. Maybe it was like Tinder speed dating or something for old people. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Dude, nice is that a Boston Red Sox icon? Lonesome sock? That's a good sock, man. If that's a Red Sox. I fucking love the Red Sox, brother. It's my team. Switch back through. And Q's looking bad. IWM looking ugly right now. DIA still getting blooded. VIX 9-day still looking pretty good here. Let's check it out on 1 minute. It's an independent sock. What? I didn't know there was net. So when I was a kid, I used to wear. When I was a kid, I would mix match my socks. I thought it looked cool. I thought girls liked it. I just looked up independent sock and I don't see independent sock. Is that a real thing? Oh, is that independent the skate company sock maybe? You mean like independent skates? Like trucks? Like indie trucks? But burgers in an escape room.
Just be aware the chance.
Oh, Bob, you're from Boston. You told ChatGPT to use the Red Sox logo to make my sock, but it's not technically a Red Sox. Right on, right on. Where are you from in yeah, I get what you're saying. Are you where are you from in Boston? What town are you from originally? Everybody says they're from Boston. I want to know where you're from in Boston. Fucking tell me you're from Boston. You wind up being from fucking Bangor, Maine or some shit. Oh, right on, right on, right on. Born in Beverly, lived in Cambridge like the last 17 years.
Chancellor says we will be taking immediate action to deal with the fiscal from the last government. So Reeves announcing some immediate action. Details will hopefully follow very shortly.
Is this thing still open? Union Bar and Grill, Layla's American Tavern. What else are those fucking? What does this fucking guy own still? He owns a ton of shit out there. That's in Southie. Woburn, Dorchester, Lucy's, Sam Walker's American Tavern, the Bowery Bar. I thought he had a fucking bar in Cambridge. I got a buddy with like a restaurant group that I went to school with growing up that has a bar over in Cambridge. I want to know if you've ever been to it, if it's any good. Worcester, baby. $1.25. Where a finna is a finna. Can they close the deal or not? These sellers close the deal. Tell me if they can or can't. See if they reject this 30-minute trigger or not. Check 30-minute bar on half hour. And it's pretty bearish on the half hour. I have to get back to Boston. I got a good friend of mine has a house down in
total pressures
South Shore, and he's got a cottage on the Cape.
Sterling.
I promised I would come play fucking golf this summer, and I didn't.
So again, just note, Reeve says we have inherited projected overspend of 22 billion. So remember, we were being guided towards 20 billion in the weekend press.
I didn't hear anything about taxes yet.
Reeve says that if this spending shortfall was left unaddressed, it would result in a 25% budget deficit this year. So Reeve says they will be cutting spending projects worth a total of $5.5 billion in the fiscal year 24-25.
That was expected.
And Reeve says the UK will be cutting spending projects worth 8 billion in the next financial year. So she guides towards spending cuts of 5.5 billion in the 24-25 year and then 8 billion in the following year.
Please don't roll me down here. Please don't roll me down here. Oh.
I mean, well, the chance of just going to a few of the granular details about where the overspend was.
We fucking back tested that one on Friday at 10 a.m. Back tested again at 6 p.m. on Friday. This will be the third one. Fucking A. It's a shit ton of backtests of the hourly trigger. I haven't heard anything about tax increases. If any of you have heard anything, let me know. But I haven't heard shit about any tax increases. I'm assuming this is going to be a nothing burger until we get into the fall then. There was a whole discussion earlier during the elections for the EU and for England. There was an argument being floated.
Labour policies will be fully funded.
That the Conservatives should come into power in the EU and the and in Great Britain, so that the whole debt to GDP issue thing would kind of go away, right? That the Conservatives would rein in spending.
And on potential wage hikes for some public sector employees, the Chancellor says, we have accepted recommendations of pay review bodies on the public sector pay.
And somehow fiscal spending would be reined in by more conservative wins in the elections in the EU and in Great Britain. That same argument extended over to U.S. elections too. There's like a narrative being pushed that Trump would win, and a full ticket as well would all go Republican. That it's needed to save the world. I'm assuming this is wealthy people that more or less don't want higher taxation for capital gains. There's a little bit of bond vigilantism in there too. Now, of course, it's kind of an odd time, right? It's I don't think I've ever, whether you believe this or not doesn't really matter. But at the same time, you're asking people to vote for more conservative politicians. A lot of the opposing parties' views across the free world, at least, are that like this is a fight for democracy. That like I don't know how to say this, but whether you don't have to believe it or not, but it doesn't matter what you believe. But you know, it's not like you have like a Mitt Romney running against I don't know, like a Biden or something. Like a traditional Republican or a traditional conservative. You don't have that situation going on. Right now, it's like, well, we know they got to vote in conservative people, so we're going to throw the craziest motherfuckers out there and go batshit crazy. And the other fucked up thing is none of these conservatives lower spending anymore either. Just the idea of being conservative anymore is like isn't even real anymore. The taxation is, it doesn't fucking matter who's in power. It seems, or at least it seems to me these days that they all like to fucking spend. Like it's all tax and spend, tax and spend. Push around the taxing, keep spending. I'm about to get blown out of this trade.
We've says at least 3 billion of this cost will need to be funded through savings, found through savings rather.
I'm like catching knives here when I shouldn't be. So then now the implications on this will be felt, right? So if you don't have that conservative leadership, which took place in their prior, or the elections just took place in the EU and in Great Britain, they didn't win. Conservative parties, or there wasn't a conservative wave in those elections. And so what that says is, well, we're going to pay for that down the road. There'll be a reckoning then come end of the year. Once the election seasons are over, you get the U.S. elections done. There will be a reckoning, or at least the bond vigilantes are claiming there'll be a reckoning due to that, right? Because they're going to keep spending money and partying like it's 1999 or something like that. We're rolling here, folks, so just be careful. $0.86 a dollar for a fucking put here. Oh, hate puts. Nope, thank you. I'm not buying dollar fucking puts. Get fucked. $0 dates for a 30 delta put. You can keep that shit for yourself. Fuck you, no. So I guess I'm just sitting here, trapped. Come over here, buy some 86-cent puts for $5.42. I'm like, fuck you, no. I'm not doing that. Eat shit and die. I don't give a fuck if we are going there. The answer is fuck you, no. Fucking hate puts. I'm still long calls here. I'm guessing I'm going to be in them all day long. I ain't buying fucking puts for $1. 30 fucking delta. What the fuck are those things worth for a minute? The 543s weren't even 30 delta. They were, I guess they're 30 delta. They were like 89 cents or something for a minute, like 86, 89 cents. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if they were like, I ain't paying $1 for fucking 30 delta puts on a 0 to 8. I ain't doing it. Just asking for trouble. $1.90 with 10 cents. Fuck you, no. We got a bloodbath coming in. Price target down below 542.74. Be very conscious of this low here. If it is lost, things are going to get nasty to the downside. Or you could say that, yeah. If they get a new tick down here, they break this 542.73. It's gonna get messy.
Cost hundreds of millions, will not go ahead. It's the UK Chancellor specifically talking about NatWest NWGLN retail share sale offer would cost hundreds of millions, so that will not go ahead.
Nothing about taxes yet. It's like we're waiting for some kind of taxation to come out or something like that. Vol Wiz sounding bearish on X this morning. There's a reason to be bearish here. There's like this QRE, QRA. There's like a quarterly like bond issuance expectations. Then tomorrow they do like they get I don't know, like probably this other fucking thing where they make recommendations and then, it's the bond market. It takes them 3 fucking days with the grand poobah shit. So we looked at the QRE, QRA expectations and announcements in April. And I remember that live stream specifically. I said I'm going to wait to take a long here. It looked all bullish. Everything was set up to go higher. And we fucking blooded for 3 straight days. So you've got that going on right now. You've got Bank of Japan with all their shit lining up with our Fed rate decision this week. You have a lot of like mechanical under the hood things going on, and then you've got like the 10 years on the same bear flag that it was on back in this April. And the last example we have of this was, I believe, 2018. I showed it to you guys, I thought, earlier. There was another example back in, just check it again here. No, not that one. Not that one. There's another example back in Monday the 17th of December 17th, 2018, where the markets went, Fed funds rate went flat,
some of the energy
and
the Chancellor says those not in
10-year started to roll down.
Winter fuel.
And this was also anticipating a cut coming out in the next 3 to 6 months. And so you wonder if they're going to publicly kick, or if they're publicly going to start QE. You've got a bottoming going on in TLT and 30-year bonds right now. So you're looking for what the issuance expectations are going to be in the next few days. So when this happened, there was like another roll down in the cash market during this period, this 3-day period. And it was pretty fucking brutal. It was, you like walked into a Monday thinking everything would be fine. Everything looks normal. We're going to go higher. We're going to recover the all-time highs, all this stuff. And it's just a big old fucking bull trap, just hiding in plain sight. Now, couple all of that shit with the USD JPY that looks like it wants to reject and have one more low ahead of it. I'll show you that right now. USD JPY here, if you look at it in a higher frame, you look here in the USD JPY, it doesn't mean that it happens today either, but US dollar JPY could swing low one more time. Take a rejection off the weekly trigger.
This budget will include difficult
and roll down,
spending, welfare and tax.
And then you get your actual move to the upside.
Confirming the autumn budget announcement will be made.
This is bullish equities here.
Decisions on spending, welfare.
US equities, bearish US equities. Or do you get the break above on the USD JPY pair trade, and the market actually moves, our market goes up, but there's still a hidden bloodbath down there. So anyways, we'll pay closer attention to it. Just some other
government will
like machinations elsewhere that are not completely the U.S. market.
And there has been some reporting over the weekend suggesting the target will be capital gains tax.
What did you just say? I missed what you just said. I meant to hear that.
Taxes on national insurance, VAT, or income tax.
There's a bull trap here, big one, like so significant. The only thing that I would say to you is that once it's over, we should bounce way, way higher. If it does happen like this, where we get the big roll to the downside, we could see some. I just say hold on, hold on to your panties.
Multi-year spending review.
And on top of all that, if that wasn't bad enough, Q's has some real negative divergence going on. Qs like looks scary. Qs can drag the market down with it. That's the other problem. So there's some pretty big divergence on Qs showing a possible crash in tech that could lead the way down for the rest of the market. So you wouldn't even need like SPY or SPOOs or IWM to be necessarily bearish, and just have like Qs just drag everybody down to the downside. So you be left with your head spinning here.
Reeves also suggests that she'll be changing the fiscal framework in the autumn statement.
Yeah, why do I keep getting asked about the August trade? That trade isn't until I think after the 1st, right? I think that trade is due for after the 1st. I don't know if I have that right or wrong, but I haven't planned to make that trade at any other time period except for I think it's either the
spending reviews will take place every 2 years with a 3-year.
I've been explicit in this, saying that it's either on the 1st or the Monday after, one or the other. I think I'll look at it again, but I haven't had any plans to buy that dip with size or change those plans for any different date. I'll look at it right now. Hold on. Give me one quick second here. I'll tell you when. I'll give you an exact date as to when I was planning. I swear it was on the last day of the month, or it was the 1st or the Monday. It's coming soon. We're almost there. I'm assuming I'm going to see a major low on one of those 2 days. So. Let's see here. Yeah, the low should be on the first trading day of August. As a matter of fact, today is supposed to be a major down day. Tomorrow is supposed to be an up day. And then we don't always follow this exactly, so don't read into seasonality and be like, oh yeah, on the 10th day we do this, and the 12th day we do that. But seasonally, today is a down day. Tomorrow is an up day. So I can get this in line here. So today would be an update. Theoretically, today should be a down day. Tomorrow would be an up day. 31st would be a down day. And on the 1st, you should see the low. It's like Thursday. So you figure you see the low on Thursday, and when they probably drag it sideways into the weekend. So like at the Thursday at this week's Thursday close, in and around the close on Thursday, into Monday, I am looking to put a spread on in the marketplace. Sometime between Thursday close, 4 p.m., if we're at the depths of hell, or if between then and Monday we're at the depths of hell, that's when I put that August 28th trade on. August 28th, the call spread. I think I might put it a week out into September just in case they try to fuck around. Too many people long into that expiry. So right around there. So let's call it Thursday close, 4 p.m. to Monday at 9 a.m. Somewhere in there should be a window where we find a low to put a big trade on for the month of August. We have gains those days. Early August, that's the other thing, too. I should say this. I should highlight this. I would not be trading it just owning like it would have to be a spread. something that murders. You need the spread to murder theta, or like gain money from theta, and expect a payoff at the end of the trade. Grinding lower right now, trading 544.07. Sellers looking for 542.72. Pay very close attention to this bottom tick down here and see if they can get it. If you wanted a low target, if we do this QRA trade, 537.51, 520. Just note that if this trade begins, so if this trade begins to the downside, right, you are going to see that weekly trigger. I don't know if you know that, but we're not going to go back down, and we're below the daily trigger. So we already saw the low. We're going to head right back down and nail that weekly trigger. It'll be a bloodbath. So this bottom tick is what you want to be looking for down here. It's 542.71. I'll tell you all you need to know. Anybody ready to go to 520? Anybody have that on their bingo card? I think that'll take. I think I'm losing the stream. Why am I losing the fucking stream already? I shouldn't be losing the stream. There's like no good goddamn reason why I should be losing the stream. Hold on, I'm gonna do something in the background here, gang. Try to free up some stuff here. Hang tight here. All right, that's cool. I can get rid of that. Let's see if we can free up some RAM. I don't know if it's RAM that's my problem right now. I think that it's RAM, but I'm not sure. It's probably because Google is such a fucking pig. SPY week right now, selling down into the pre-market lows. Well, I've got like, it's a little bit more complicated than just what I have open right now. Like I have to do processing on, I have two computers daisy chained with each other, and I want low latency in converting video files, compressing them, and then pumping them out across Streamlabs. Streamlabs has this whole entire thing too, where I have to like open, and I have to make the pipe larger, for lack of a better way to describe this, but the pipe of how much data I allow through to you.
And just continuing here.
in the compute on my graphics card for that, because I use a graphics card for
how much additional
some of my compute and the processor for some of my compute, and then I'm computing on another computer separate, and then pumping it all via external video card to Streamlabs. And then I just upgraded my RAM. I just put, it's not that upgraded. I think I got 32 gigs of RAM.
Just a bit further here from the UK.
Now I won't think maybe I should rip them out and get 64.
Be enough to deal with the shortfall.
Yeah. Yeah, and what sucks is I think I just upgraded, and I should have just done the full upgrade to 64. So now I'm like kicking myself for not just going with the full 64. Or it might be time to just get a new graphics card. An upgraded graphics card might be in order at this point.
They do note the multi.
I checked to see if it recognized it, and it did. I did check to see if it recognized it. It did. Blood in the marketplace, baby. Well, not really. Oh, yeah, we're 0.18% right now. We're red in the day. Are there really external graphics cards? I didn't know that. Now that I didn't know.
And a bit further here, they do note departmental budgets for 2025-2026 will be set in the October budget.
I'm getting fucking murdered here. I'm not going to buy any more. No more dip buying for me. I want nothing to do with it. I want to take a dip buy here, but I'm not gonna. I've already got I got a basket full of fucking calls right now that are burning, like literally on fire. Not fucking with them. You know, blood the fuck out of the next 3 days here. I'll get fucking annihilated. You got your fucking payment to the gods for me on a Monday. And I'm not buying puts either, so I can get fucked on that shit. I fucking hate puts. I hate being a bear, too. I was thinking about that this weekend. I was like, how the fuck can you be a bear? Let's see if this helps. I hope this helps.
The government does plan to introduce a 20% VAT on education and boarding services provided by UK private schools from the 1st of January 2025.
Guess I need bottom right-hand screen. Or no, top, no. Top left-hand screen. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Top left-hand screen. Now, what am I supposed to be doing here? Sorry, I'm doing some work in the background here, guys. Has nothing to do with the market. Has to do with my screeners. Add folder. Save, okay.
And continuing here from the Chancellor's statement, inflation does mean 2024-2025 departmental budgets are at least £15 billion lower in real terms than planned in 2021 due to inflation.
TLBR.
And just
Okay.
separately, on the geopolitical footing, just seeing some comments here from the White House. Do note Israel has every right to respond after the Hezbollah attack over the weekend.
That folder. Left, bottom left.
Just continuing the White House, it does note nobody wants an all-out war, and the US is confident they will be able to avoid such an outcome.
Bottom left center. Okay. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. Bottom left center, maybe right there. Okay. Everything else looks fucking hunky dory to me. Want to pay very close attention here to see if they catch the new low or not. If they do not catch the new low, we're not going to go down. This is just going to be a dip buy.
And just on the government, on the cutting the pensioners' winter fuel payments, they do note that will save £1.4 billion this year.
Nvda is struggling right now. SPX on a gamma bar here at with 34 million down on the support side.
On their aims to cut spending, they do aim to cut consultancy spend by £550 million this year, and that will become more in the future.
Q's bleeding right now. IWM still bleeding. DIA trying to make a comeback right now. VIX 9-day not showing much concern. HYG getting blasted to the downside here.
They do note transport cuts will save £785 million in the next financial year.
TNX holding its neck above, breaking trend. Tesla back testing a cross of a hourly trigger on a daily basis here. And FLX coming back down to test its bottom bid buy at 599.89. Right now, currently trading 625.60. Tech getting hammered right now. Disney trading higher this morning still. Now trading 91.70. No impact from the market rolling over. TLT rebidding to the upside. Goog holding on, testing its lows. XLF recovering. A little bit of rejection here on USD, JPY. Nvda getting hammered on the downside. CL getting hammered on the downside right now. CL also has a 1, 2, 3 trigger cluster coming into play here. Bearish cluster on CL. There's a lot of I'm looking at a lot of this stuff right now, man. I'm like looking at a bottom for oil. You know, CL looks like really fucking bearish here, but it also, whatever CL bottoms is bullish on equities. There's a lot of mechanics at play right now in the market. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the market right now.
And just further here from the White House and geopolitical footing, they do note no sign the weekend strike by Hezbollah will affect the hostage talks.
God, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say this publicly because I don't want you to think this is going to happen, because I don't think that it's going to happen. But, man, it's like we're ripe for a flash crash right now. Everywhere I'm looking around in the market, I'm like, man, this fucking shit is ripe for a flash crash. Like, it is fucking ripe. Like, we are like, everything is screaming it. Well, I don't think I've ever said that, have I? I don't think you've ever heard me say that before, have you? I don't think I've ever said that publicly. Like, everything, like, today, like, walking in going, yeah, we could get a flash crash next 2-3 days. I hope that's not the case. I don't ever say that, do I? I don't think I ever say that. Very rare do I say flash crash. I've said other things like pullback, correction,
From the White House,
major correction, top.
Does not believe that Hezbollah attack needs to result in an escalation.
I'm smelling like a flash crash. Am I the only one fucking thinking this?
And now going back to the UK, Chancellor does note implementing a pay reward for school teachers and leaders of 5.5% from September.
I wonder if that's real. If we fucking flash crash, I'm gonna shit my pants. It's all there. I can see it. It's like clear as day. I don't ever get that feeling. But it's not a feeling either. Just everything's lined up for it. Wondering if I should get some crash puts here. I was gonna get some up top, but we never went there. I was trying to take a 5-minute call trade, turning into an all fucking day trade.
And just potentially here on US-China relations, a US intelligence official says Chinese government entities using China-based technology company is to enhance covert influence operations in the US. They do note the Chinese government probably not planning to influence the US election outcome, but they are using social media to sow divisions in the
Slow
US.
it down.
And going back here to the UK government, they do set consolidated pay increase of 4.75% to all police ranks with effect from 1st of September. And now going back to the geopolitical footing here, the White House says negotiations on ceasefire and hostage release are still ongoing. And further here on pay increases, senior government officials will receive a 5% consolidated increase to base pay from 1st of April.
Read some stuff to here. UBS's U.S. retail market making clients had 10 million outflows from Friday, with volumes down 26% from Thursday, as tech flows shifted to positive territory for only the second time in 19 trading days. As tech flows shifted back into positive territory, there continues to be money flowing out of single stocks. We can see that, right? There continues to be money flowing out of single stocks with large profit taking across outperformance in industrials on Friday, with largest industrial outflows since March, with GE, RTX Corp, and 3M the most sold stocks by retail clients on Friday. U.S. small cap ETFs have now seen 250 million of inflows over the last 2 weeks. And although inflows slowed a little from the week before, they were still at their highest levels since February 2021. It all still matches up too.
And further here,
that still matches up with a flash crash, because it would be a marked low for the market for a major turn to the upside. Small caps should be outperforming anyways if they're anticipating rate cuts. I just don't know if that translates to that flash crash. That's the only part of it that I don't know. What's the target? Target would be 520. That's what I would assume. The target would be 520. So we already hit the 530, and the weekly trigger's down at 520. So it would be the assumption that we'd go all the way down there at least 520. It's a good sign right here for the Bulls so far. See if they can recover again. Don't want to catch that new low. We're watching this arrow right here to see if they catch the new low or not. I'd get pretty fucking bearish if we go down there. Not necessarily like we keep blooding. Like not necessarily that we make the low and then big continuation cascading or anything. But just that tick down below, trade higher, but then a bloodbath after following. Haven't seen it yet, so not bared up like super bear yet. Cautious, completely cautious here in terms of what I talked about with you earlier. Some possible major downside blood coming. Slow market right now.
Just of note here for French-listed Airbus ticker AIRFP, according to Reuters sources, it prepares a new turnaround plan for space systems business to be unveiled in September after recent heavy charges. And Airbus does launch immediate drive to address critical cost situation across its wider defence and space divisions, notably in that space systems unit. And it is working on longer-term space systems strategy review, which aims to communicate in Q4. And finally, talks over potential European space consolidation involve Italy's Leonardo, as well as Airbus and France's Thales, as previously reported. Again, that is via Reuters sources. Of note, therefore, French-listed Airbus.
Got more news here. Ms. Hugh Ho on Japan Bank of Japan. Weak consumer spending is hindering a virtuous cycle of wages and prices. The broader economic conditions, we're bleeding right now. They're going to blood the fuck out of us. Weak consumer spending is hindering a virtuous cycle of wages and prices. The broader economic conditions are not particularly robust. Should we remember that Governor Ueda declared at his 26th April press conference that a key checkpoint for a rate hike was evidence of real strength in consumer spending. Yet Japan's GDP data shows consumer spending shrinking on a quarter-over-quarter basis for 4 consecutive quarters. The Bank of Japan governor also said at his presser that the bank would determine its approach to managing short-term interest rates in July and beyond after seeing how the market digested the reductions in its bond purchases. It will be impossible to tell the bond market's reaction before the detailed plan is released. The policy board is expected to discuss a rate hike at the upcoming meeting, and the situation remains fluid. But we think the July Tokyo CPI print will discourage the bank from forcing through an increase in policy rate. It's out of the Bank of Japan. Goldman's Pravatsky said again, or he's following up with some more about, or earlier he was speaking about commodities. Think big picture, you're getting some structural disinflation forces coming through, and a lot of that is thanks to China slowing, but underlying labor markets are cooling, judging by the drop in open jobs globally. Inflation expectations in the front have collapsed, and in Europe are falling in the back. To me, this really favors longs and defensives with strong pricing power. Healthcare stands out. More good news today from MRK, AZN, Roca, I believe it's pronounced, and FIA, PHIA, but also like European REITs too. SPOO's breaking down now, looking like it's going to tag that low. Pay very close attention to it. Should see a pull up if we break below here. Should see a slam down and then the break higher. There was the tick. You can see it right there. They got the new low. Pretty bared up from that low there. Watch the fuck out if you are a bull with exposure in the market. Next target below 539.40 on SPY. We should see a tag on 540, but we should lose it and tag. We should break below it and tag 539.40. Oh, man. One o'clock, right about there. Yeah, at the latest, it should take about that long.
And just seeing the latest US bills. US does sell $77 billion of 6-month bills at 4.930%, covered 2.95 times. And also with the 3-month bills, it does sell $84 billion worth at a high rate of 5.14%, covered 3.01 times.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading. I'll read right now. Hold on a second here. Thanks, Binky. Jimmy, I'm going to read it right now. Hold on, brother. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm with you on I'm with you on I'm with you on this. I'm with you on, of course, on Australia, B of E, and then B of J, and that they're all waiting on us too. We know that too, right? They're not going to make any moves to untighten until we lead that, don't we? Generally speaking, we lead do the Plaza Accords, of course, and then everyone else falls on a. I think Japan basically fell on a knife for that too, right? Originally, when the Plaza Accords were signed. I don't know either, Jimmy, that I'm in the camp yet of I'm in the camp yet of rate cuts actually happening this year. I think it's possible.
Just making you aware, as we do continue through the session here, just seeing US equity futures continue to sell off here at session lows respectively, with the E-mini S&P 500, E-mini Nasdaq 100 both down 0.3. Also, it's just worth looking at Bitcoin. It did touch an earlier high of around 67.9,000, but since then it has sold off. It's currently sitting around 67.7,000.
In regards to Australia, or U.S. rate hike, or if you want to talk about it briefly, we can. But the only thing that prohibits, we have data coming out this week for last week and this week for jobs, employment, unemployment, and this week coming out. It's a real pickle here. It's like he's kind of forced. He's not really, well, what are we at right now with unemployment? I think we're at 4.1. The market can handle us probably going to 5.9, if I had to guess. If it's timed right, in the election season, it's possible that we could get away with unemployment racing up to almost 6%. Some flattening in inflation, not necessarily like 2% target right now, but just flattening. The only thing that really, in my mind, the only thing that forces him to cut rates is unemployment. Maybe it could be a mix of other shit too, like the GDP debt shit, but the GDP numbers came out good. They kind of toned down their expectations, which they already fucking knew they were going to beat in December of last year, October, I want to say. There's real, there is real manipulation going on right now, which they can do. And I think we said this the past year. They'll finagle the numbers as long as they possibly can when we're in this zone. Like when you start to see inflation like flattening, you see unemployment rising, but it's not rising with velocity. Like it's not going straight up. It gives an opportunity for the Fed and the Treasury Department to manipulate for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. And that's his best card. He knows that already. His best card is not to cut rates. That's his best outcome at this point, I think. There's arguments out there being made that he can cut and there'll be no harm, no foul, but I think that's bullshit. We've priced in the cut in September already. We had a pullback in March or something that had something to do with it. That's what I've been told, at least. I don't believe that. I think the moment that they cut, we're getting a crash. We're getting maybe not a crash, but we're getting a leg down without a doubt. How deep that leg is, I don't know. There's people out there claiming that it's already been done. I know one thing that, like, even when I'm talking about unemployment, the more sure thing is rate cuts we roll over. Or we squeeze and immediately roll over if it's unplanned. Like unplanned rate cuts, normally a big old squeeze, but then we roll the fuck down to the depths of hell. Just a liquidity grab. It's not every time, but most times. It's enough. From my understanding, the whole reason for Japan's economy being where it's at is due to the Plaza Accords, Jimmy. Or their currency, too. It's like a sacrificial sword. Let's see what happens up here in this little cluster above here. See if we can break out or not. See if they throw us right back over and down to the downside. We do have a bearish outcome just prior below down here. They ticked a new low down here. I don't like seeing that. That lends me to believe that I should be starting to get bearish here. Should see at least a retrace up here for these crosses to ensure that the direction is lower. With that low down here, though, if we do begin to break down, there's a gap down below here at 539.40, but I really don't care about that gap. When you start checking, let me show you guys. I don't know if you guys understand this, but when you mark a major low in a market, the expectation is that you go to a major high. If you fail to get that next major high, we will go and find a new major low, lower than the one we made before. And so let's take a quick look at that really quick.
And going back here to comments from UK Chancellor Reeves, just notes they will not introduce a wealth tax.
So the expectation here is you have a major low. This signifies this is bottom, is what we're saying, right? We're saying that's bottom. If that's the case, our next high, or we should wind up with an all-time high out of this. You start like failing this daily trigger. Like the first time, not so bad failing it, but we should go right back above it. We start blooding this shit down here. We start losing this shit, and this all comes into question. It starts telling you maybe that's not the low, and maybe we're gonna go to the next low, which is down here at the weekly trigger. You see this consolidation here, right? Consolidate. You shouldn't be in here in recoveries doing this for 5 sessions. Should be almost immediate. Move higher. Even if you're getting some lows along the way, show a show of strength. If this daily trigger ends up rejecting us, and this is just a back test, which they did right here too, right? Bam, did it again, tried it, failed, trying it one more time, and we start breaking down below, we're going to see that 520 like it's nobody's business. So pay close attention here. We'll watch it closely. That's where the gap closure is. This is where the new low would be down below. Be right about there. Make sure I got that right. Don't want to be fucking around with that right there. 537.35. See what this interplay is here. What are you saying about nothing will ever happen with it because our government, but the Supreme Court reform stuff Biden is trying to suggest seems like it would be positive. I'm not sure. There always was a gentleman's agreement to not stack the courts. Of course, we've fucking failed at that. So what you do is stack the courts, right? The idea being that the courts wouldn't be political. There was always a gentleman's agreement. There was never like the Constitution doesn't have anything that says how many people you can put on the Supreme Court. So the idea becomes you would stack it. Democrats would stack it. Republicans would stack it. Democrats would stack it. Republicans would stack it. Then you'd have an arms race of stacking the court, and it's absurd. It just would never end, right? Second problem with that whole thing is it has to get into the House and then the Senate, and which it likely won't pass either house, will it? So it seems like bluster to me. They should try some different reform. There should be different reform for the Supreme Court. It should not be as political as it is, which it is extremely political. It doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat. There needs to be some kind of the major problem I have with the Supreme Court is these fucking guys and girls sit in front of a Senate hearing and they tell you what's what, and then they go against everything they said while they're in their Senate hearings. I got a problem with that. And I don't care what party you are. I got a fucking problem with it. Hey, kitty. I got a problem with weaponizing our fucking courts, too. Are we going to have fucking 40 justices? 50 justices? I don't know. It seems a little bizarre. The more justices you do add, the more, I think, if that's the second question is like, it probably would slow down extremism, left or right, but it would also possibly put gridlock into our courts too. There are unintended consequences of packing a court we likely don't know of yet. How if that could be good or bad, but surely there needs to be some reform. You can't have like runaway Democrat or Republicans running the fucking courts. I want my fucking justices to be less political in general, and not necessarily for the benefit of my own party either. Like there's no sanctity in our country right now. There's no like nothing is sacred anymore. There's like nothing sacred. Absolutely fucking nothing. It's like we're gonna whore this out, we're gonna whore that out, we're gonna whore this out, we're gonna whore that out. Every little fucking crevasse of the sanctity of some things in our country are just going to the shit. They're just becoming shit. I don't think packing the courts though are the answer either. So I don't know that I'm necessarily for that. SPY trying to break above now the half an hour trigger. This is all the resistance we have here until we get back up to the daily trigger on high. I'm still long calls here. I haven't sold shit. We'll see what happens. See if the buyers can overcome the sellers, if we're just range bound in here, or if we're going to get a major roll to the downside. There is a bearish, tick down below here on the low. So just be careful and conscious of that. Haven't taken part in any put buying or anything. Don't want to spend the money. Don't like buying dollar fucking zero dates ever. I will every once in a while if it's like, if I think we're in trend day or something, but I ain't fucking with puts on 89-cent fucking puts. 30 delta fucking puts on a zero date. Ain't doing it. Refuse. What else? Oh, yeah, on that Supreme Court stuff. I don't know if I'm even down with the packing the judges. Think about it, right? You pack them with fucking judges, right? Now what? You don't have an activist court. I was thinking about this past week. I was thinking about the logic of the Democrats and how this thought process started was the Democrats are attempting to not hold primaries. They're telling Democrats are telling their party, you're running Kamala Harris, period. And fuck you if you think you're going to get a snap primary or anyone's going to stand up. Like, if you stand up, we're going to hit you with a hammer in the head.
The head of national contract negotiations.
The DNC is famous for this. Famous. They control their party. There's no way for an outsider to gain the nomination, the DNC, like they are in the RNC. Trump is a prime example of the RNC having a looser nomination process than the DNC. DNC is fucking nasty. It's their fucking mafia. It's my own party, by the way, but that's what it is. So I was trying to do mental gymnastics in my head, trying to think about the brain or the thought process behind someone coming out. Matter of fact, into this weekend, I was like, yeah, maybe somebody will come out and raise their hand and say, I'm going to run. No, fuck you, RFK, and no Bernie Sanders, and none of that bullshit. Like someone that could actually primary when the DNC has their primary and have a chance to gain the nomination. No one has stood up for that. So they're being told, there's two things that's likely happening. One is they're being told by the DNC, don't you even fucking think about it. 100% that's going on. Second thing, though, would be what risk is there to run against Kamala Harris in the primary process? Is it even worth it? There's a few people that might gain some good attention, even if they were to lose a primary run for the DNC or for the Democratic National nomination this late in the game. Maybe get their name out there and known, possibly, but no real contenders. And this is where the thought process comes, going back to the packing the court. Not only do you have a chance of losing, or a high chance of losing the election from what you've already done with replacing Biden with Kamala Harris, the statistics are against you winning. So you have to account for that if you're a contender for presidency. But the one thing that a lot of people don't talk about is that you still give up the presidency every few cycles, right? It's not like we have a Republican fucking president for 30 goddamn years or a Democratic president for 30 goddamn years. So when you're just looking at the law of averages, there's a fair chance the Democrats are either going to lose this election, or even if Kamala wins, they're going to lose an election the next cycle or two. So you'd probably want that opportunity as a new presidential candidate to step in at that time as a counter to a Republican being in office. So just heading back to that packing the court thing, if you pack the court, there's a high probability that the Republicans are going to win the presidency within the next two terms, just by tossing it up. So if that happens, right? If I was like a Newsom or something, or if I was talking to Newsom, I'd be like, don't fuck with this shit. You're probably gonna get a chance in the next 4 to 8 years to run against some other Republican. And not seeing someone come out against or to run against Kamala is like sure sign that they're thinking these things through and their best chances of winning the presidency, and not throwing it away as vice president or throwing away, causing more interim fighting within the Democratic National Committee. There's a lot of sword. There's a lot of like jumping on swords right now, and then egos, and Kamala's like, I want my chance, fuck you. And not only a chance, but we've made promises to all these donors. These donors are like, all these promises are out the fucking window. I haven't paid any of these other people that want to be president. So there's like a bunch of like dynamics in the background. And I don't personally care for the press of that from Biden, like, I don't know, being like a whip now. Like, I'm not running for president, so I'm going to stir up a bunch of shit into the election that's never coming true. At least me as a Democrat, I don't see. I haven't seen any of the promises that have been made for a couple cycles now, more than a couple cycles by Democrats. Democrats promise a shit ton, you never really get it. So, and they've been losing ground, right? Let's be honest. Let's look at the real truth, right? They lose ground with, I mean, like, it's weird. Like, oh, fuck, I don't even like talking about this stuff. Like, my own fucking party, I'm like, you haven't fucking done healthcare. You haven't fucking done free colleges. You haven't done fucking, you lost seats on the Supreme Court. You fucking have abortion banned all over the fucking place. There's so much shit, like keystone things. Keystone things about being a part of that party that are no fucking bueno. And then you got a president. I got a president now talking about shit that he's not going to get done. And even if he got it done, we would still then pack the courts again. Even the solution is just kind of fucking stupid. Talk like real reform would be a better stump. It's like politicking. I'm gonna get my wish to buy up some crash puts for Friday. I'm looking at some puts for Thursday and Friday. It's all fucked up. Everything is fucked up in our country. Our country is so fucked right now. It's not even funny. Our country is. I'm embarrassed right now to call myself an American. I really am. I really am. I'm embarrassed. Never be embarrassed to be an American. I'm more embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that we, the people, like, as just a country, like, just people have just said enough of this bullshit. It's a fucking disaster. I shouldn't say I'm embarrassed, like, to call myself an American. I'm embarrassed for, like, my peers. You know? Like that, I don't, like, there's like that checks, like, I was reading this past week some shit that was coming out of, like, I was reading some stuff this past week, and I'm like, man, like, even Walter Cronkite, there was like a fifth estate of news that no matter politics would be honest with you at inflection points for the United States. They don't give a fuck. They want more, right? More, it bleeds if it leads, right? They love this shit. And I'm like, man, where is the fucking, where is like the, where is the check and balance from the public? That's my question. Like, where is the check and balance from the public? There used to be like a court watching over us. This is legal, this is not. Now it's politics. And you got the to some extent, I realized that leads it bleeds, but at the same time, there were moments where key people would come out and say, "What the fuck are you doing, America?" You know, and I don't see that anymore. I'm like, where is that? Someone tell me where that is. It's like, here's a bunch of guns, go kill each other. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is that how we do things around here? That didn't work out well the last time, did it? There's a couple times that's happened, right? We had the Civil War, and then what was the other time? We had some riots out in front of the White House way back in World War I, right? Veterans came back, didn't get jobs, and they camped out in front of I believe, the Capitol. And they had riots there, and there was talk of some form of another civil war during the Great Depression. I don't know where that signpost is, or not signpost, but like, who's that? Who's that group out there that's like, America needs to chill out, daddy? Just in general. Yep. Yeah, I agree with that too, Doug. 100%, brother. 100%. Part of it's this younger generation, though, too, right? You can't disenfranchise this next generation as much as they have been. We're not quite there yet. This is a good sign right here. We beat that high right there. That's good to see. Should see this next high up here in just a moment. There's like a tipping point usually. It's not always just a tipping point. It's not always just a tipping point, but you're either going to be destroying economic viability for people. Our Civil War had to do with that, with how the South functioned, right? Hold on here. As an agricultural society, not being an industrial society like the northeastern United States. You fuck with like a young generation's ability to live above a certain threshold. I'm assuming that comes in the next 2 years. But if it doesn't, there could be problems in the horizon. Or a good war, which you don't want either. There's other solutions here too, but you don't want the other solutions. The other solutions can be pretty bad too. Calls are coming back to life now. Still alive. Still, they're pumping blood in them right now. Ticked a new high back here on this previous high right here. So I'm implying we should at least trade this, or at least attempt to trade 574 and some change. 547 and some change.
Alphabet, ticker GOOGL. Google says on September 27th, Google adds healthcare and medicines policy is to be updated and is to allow France's government entities to promote recovery-orientated drug and alcohol addiction services.
Yeah, Evan, there's like some historical, like, precedents for these younger generations. They start breaking. I forget what the percentages are, but it's like if you have like 80% of the population. So as these older generations die off, you don't want these younger generations becoming the majority and then living below a certain threshold of wealth. In mass, if they do, we're at risk of revolution or civil war and stuff. We're not there yet, but we're creeping there. We're like riding that line to get there. But there are solutions. A war with another country would work. Probably not. Probably not a synthetic war like Ukraine or a. They used to call them domino. Was it dominoes? They used to call it. We used to do proxy wars. Proxy wars were all the rage back in Vietnam and North-South Korea. You wouldn't have to actually go to like one-on-one war with a superpower. Ukraine is a offshoot of that, of course. Or a hybrid of that. Having wars or having wars for economies, right? They can be good for economies, but of course you lose a whole generation normally if you get involved in a real one. SPY squeezing right now, not necessarily bullish. It's indicative of being in negative gamma. Qs with a good recovery all the way back up, right back to where it was trading. Still below the pivot point on Qs. Still long calls, haven't sold. Note also that we had a rejection on the daily trigger earlier this morning at 8:39. IWM not recovering. Q's the best recovery so far. DIA, second best recovery. Best recovery in Q's, though, then SPXB. Q's, SPX, then DIA, then IWM. VIX rolling down again to the downside. HYG, though, still underneath its hourly trigger. This could be a false breakout here in SPOOs. TNX still holding on. Tesla looking bulled up again. Tesla actually had a successful backtest of its daily trigger at 11:30. And its hourly trigger is racing up on high to cross the daily trigger. Tesla looking for a halfback trade. Trade 240, 242, somewhere in there. NFLX recovering. Amazon recovering. Disney can't stop, won't stop, hasn't felt any of this. TLT back testing its half an hour trigger right now. Google looking to break out to the upside. XLF showing signs of life again. USD JPY trying to break above its weekly trigger to trade the upside move. 157.50. NVDA recovering real quick. CL still in the shithouse. SPY now making a second attempt to come back for the earlier two prior highs from this morning at 574, 547.01, 547.84. I think this will, if we trade this, I think I'll be flat on the day so far. I won't be down. Yeah, I think that's him now too. I'm in agreement with that. God, I gotta take a fucking piss, man. I've been up since fucking dark 30. Nine-day VIX getting murdered right now, coming back down to close the gap down below. Give me one more squeeze higher. Just make me there. VIX 9-day hitting a high of 21.29. The last peak was April 16th. And then prior to that was the October low. So the March and April lows the wrong screen. Just take note here. Open that one right there. What I don't want to see here is there was a high tick back here. There was a breakout in VIX, unlike the last two tops in VIX 9-day, right? We broke above that trend today. Implying more highs to come in the VIX. Not out of the woods yet for bulls. I'm going to take a quick piss here. I got to take a piss. Can't wait. I'm like pounding water and coffee all morning. I'm still on calls. I'd like to still see this trade at least go up here. Get above. Get right up there. Even if it fails, I want all that. I want to get paid for that. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. It's 12:30 in the afternoon. I've got the squawkers on for you. I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. check out this company. This is Serve Robotics. SCRV. I don't know enough about this company. To comment on it, the one thing that I'm scratching my head over is that on Webull, at least, let me look on Serve on Webull. This might talk about the data that is available. Yeah, so it's really bizarre. Let's go to the bottom right-hand side screen here. Depending upon your charting software that you have out there, I'm looking at Serve on different charting platforms. They're not showing how high this actually was. Let me just give me a second here. If you look at it on, see, there's a drop here. Now they're like 22.99. Like Serve Pro, right? Like $22. If you look on like Webull, it's got like 23.05. What do I got here? 23.05. And then 23.05, and then there's like a halfback trade to $32. $32, like a halfback. It's like more than a halfback trade. I'm looking at a 1 hour base. I'm looking at the 4 hour basis in this fucking toss stock. $37, $30, and then $50. It looks like it went to $50 on its launch. And then it sold down to the depths of hell. It hasn't stopped climbing. It's been squeezing for like weeks now. And I haven't said anything to anybody about the stock in weeks. And I was like, it's we can short this. And it just keeps going up. SERV for your consideration. I don't know how you see this stock on your own platforms there at home, but some platforms show that they had a high of 50 and some don't. And they're making a vicious run. They had a low down here of like $2, and it's just rocket shipping. I'm not going to talk about it again, just this one quick time. SERV. I haven't said a word about this ticker to anyone in public, but it just doesn't fucking stop going up. It just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Now trading 1660, 1680, 1690. And it's just ripping faces off. It hasn't stopped ripping faces off. And I don't know why. I haven't looked it up to find out why, but it's been on my feed here for like 3 fucking weeks. I mean, I know that it's like Nvda and all that, but I realize it's an Nvda play. But, I mean, it's gone up significantly. There's been there's been little pullbacks, but not really. SERV, their high was $50. You'd expect at least a halfback trade. There's a couple distinct places to keep an eye out. 23.5, 23.25, 23.93, 29.93, $31. Pretty high up there. SERV. Kevin, I'll do that. I'll do those charts for you as soon as I get back, brother. Do I still have longs open from last week? I had longs that were for Friday for 547. If you recall, there was a big yellow bar up there to sell. We tagged it in the middle of the day or later in the day.
And of note again for Chevron, ticker CVX. Senior US official notes the US is not currently considering revoking individual licenses previously granted to the company and other companies for oil operations in Venezuela. Just an update here out of the US. A senior US official says they will work with international partners on collective path forward and potential consequences after the Venezuelan election outcome. And a bit further, this senior US official accuses Venezuela's Maduro government of, quote, electoral manipulation. Just an update here on geopolitics, which is in fitting with the remarks we've had earlier. Israeli Defense Minister tells US counterpart that Golan Heights rocket attack was a, quote, significant escalation, quote, and Hezbollah will be held responsible. This is according to Reuters citing a statement. And an update here from the New York Fed. Its reverse repo op demand is at 385 billion. Prior it was 382 billion, and it's across 68 counterparties. Prior was 70.
Data from the IMF does note that Turkey lowered gold holdings by about 17 tons to 776 tons in June 2024. And just further on the announcements regarding Ukraine, do you know US Department of Defense has prepared 2 arms packages for Ukraine worth an overall $1.7 billion, according to the Pentagon. The first package will be to the tune of $200 million, and the second package will be worth $1.5 billion. It does note that the second package worth $1.5 billion with air defense capabilities is provided under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative.
All right, let me see. Next one here. I got asked to chart out AMD, ARM, and Amazon. No, I got to do that one up there. Hold on here. Hang tight.
P takes us reportedly to consider penalising Centrepoint for
I
its
need to
storm
fix this
response
later.
on
This isn't going to
Bloomberg.
work. Doing this like this. See if this will work or not. I think I have to do this under my own account. Nobody asked for Aapl. I'm surprised. I'll give you one quick second here. I'm going to come back on screen with you. Get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. Okay. I got asked about AMD, ARM, and Amazon. AMD, we know we have Aapl this week too, don't we? Oh, we had Aapl this week. What is going on here? Oh. Okay, AMD. Let's talk AMD really quick. In the bottom right-hand corner, or bottom left-hand corner down below here, you're going to see me do AMD. One quick second here. I'm gonna look at it. I gotta look at it some multiple time frames here, but we gotta look at a bunch of stuff. Okay, AMD. Monthly velocity looks great. Its weekly velocity looks like pretty bad. I don't think it's topped yet, if that helps. I don't think AMD is topped yet. It is here, let's get on and look at AMD really quick. There could be an argument made that Mag 7 starts reporting, Netflix. Guidance was good. It wasn't as good as it would be expected. They sold it. They didn't care. I posted something in the Discord about this earlier. The Morgan Stanley Nick Savone piece or quote. There can be an argument made that AMD has already gone through their de-risking due to the other reports. Everyone's panicking now, right? Anyone that was long, like all Mag 7, they're like, get me the fuck out of here. I already saw what happened with Netflix, and I saw what happened with Tesla. But some of those tickers don't look like they're done for the year. They just don't. Not on the higher frames, they don't. AMD is one of them. They look fine. At least on higher velocity. Well, I'll show this to you again really quick. So AMD on its monthly has a lot of room to go, right? Weekly looks like dog shit. So it's hard to track earnings on a 30-minute basis. It's bearish on a daily basis. It's still bearish. So it's still another one of those, like, it's set up to fail regardless. 152 is the upside target. 7.8% move to the upside. So 152 is, right here. I know back here you weren't thinking 152, were you? And so 152 is priced in for a good report. And this, it's not good enough to have a good report. You have to say the next stupid fucking thing, right? You have to say, I don't know, AI fucking 5.0 or something. Now, it's not below its monthly trigger, which, like Tesla, it didn't trade below its monthly trigger. So it's not in a bear market right now. Its downside move is priced in currently at 129.84. So we'll get rid of this and snap some boxes. So at least right now, the implied upside move is right here, and the implied downside move at 129, you might as well just say fuck it and call it the monthly trigger. 125, possibly even 120. You get a bad report here, 120 is easily on the table. So just looking at AMD right here, it's garbage to me. It's still a garbage pick. I still want to buy it lower. Still want to buy this lower if possible. Hold on here. That's where I want to buy it. And that's where I want to buy it. And it's set up to still sell the news because you get all these buyers. You got buyers in here that are all trapped in shit. And they want the report that sends it mooning again just so they can sell into you and get out. I've been on the ride too long. I want out kind of stuff. So if you get a good report, your best bet is right there. You're still going to encounter more selling to go down, to go up. Does that make sense? You got trap buyers up here. Your expectations, even on a good report, is only 10%. So in reality, the demand is lower. Or at least in my view, it is. It's lower. So nothing bullish about AMD to me. I'm going to go with straight down on it. And if you break that 125, easy trade 120. We'll start talking about that upside move. We'll look at it again. You got a cross up here too. You got a daily trigger cross. And this is what I'm talking about with there's a crash risk where we are right now. Not really crash, but a flash crash, which they're not 20%, but they're fucking straight down for a couple days. AMD is prime. It's got a daily trigger crossing a weekly trigger here. even if we squeeze up to meet it, it's still looking pretty fucking bearish to the downside. So at least for me, I've got no want to be a bull here on AMD. I would like to see us trade down to this $120, somewhere in there. Now, if things are good for AMD, so I'm interested in either buying $120, like down here, or I would still need to see like AMD first trade, above this shit to even get bulled up, or have the daily trigger cross down, and we're about to get above this, then I can trade this zone right here. And there's some zone trading possibilities in here, but unless currently AMD, unless it's above $160, I still think there's more downside to come. And you've got 3 legs here: 1 leg, 2 legs, and 3 legs. Here's your 3rd leg down. So if you're asking me what I think about their earnings, I think they get sold regardless. So even if we trade up here and then back down, they take the money on you. Yahoo, everything is awesome. All these trap buyers up here jump in. And then you also have the other added effect of no interest afterwards, right? The IV crush. Go all the way the fuck back down there for a dip buy. So I'm not impressed with AMD here. It's nowhere that I want to be trading. I don't want to be trading here. I want to be trading down here. I want to be trading up here. It's anybody's guess. And as a matter of fact, I would say that they're mispriced. There are strangle strategies you can run, straddle strategies that you can run for this. Now, it's not the best. It's priced wrong, but I'm telling you, it's priced wrong. Well, the upside's priced wrong for sure. If you have a farther out in time call strategy, you're going to get there eventually, is my point. You're either going to get there now or you're going to get there eventually. The downside's probably well priced in. I guess there could be an argument made. I don't know. You want to buy some call spreads right here. 3 months from now, they'll start printing for you if you get a bad print or bad guidance. But it's not pretty. It's not worth. There's so many better. I'm posting tickers right now in the Discord that look way fucking better than this does. Now, I've got another 30 of them to post today, if I can get to them. So for me, at least, it looks like it's like too much risk. I could tell you it's not going up here, and it goes up, and it's still not worth the risk. It really isn't. It's better to buy this on a low or in a breakout above 160. So I think this ticker is somewhat mispriced. Not so much on the downside, but definitely on the upside. There's a mispricing on the upside, so upside exposure might be the way to go. But even so, it's garbage. I don't even want to look at it. I'll be honest with you. This ticker here doesn't do anything for me. And the weekly velocity is telling you that any upside is going to get sold on it. So if you get a good report, I would not be shocked to see it sell before you come back to open the following day. I would not be shocked to see you miss your actual print above this priced in, right? You might actually miss this. And then it just sells right back down to that weekly trigger. So for right now, there can be a contra argument made that hey, everything he just said, inverse all of it, right? Because no one's going to, they already did it to these 2 other tickers, 3 other tickers. They're not going to keep doing it. I assure you they're degrossing themselves of these tickers. There's a little bit of taste in there, a little bit of risk to the upside coming into the market, but it's not worth the exposure, not for you as a retailer. I guess it could be worth it to you if you're buying the underlying and not trading 0 dates or 1 dates Friday fucking Q calls or whatever, but we're not Q, but underlying ticker for Qs on Friday. I'd be looking down here, somewhere down in here to at least start. If you miss it, there are better tickers to be trading than this one. This one is a no-go for me. We'll look at the next one here. That was AMD. And I can give you a better ticker right now. Take me 2 seconds. You want to see a better ticker? I'll give you a better ticker. I'll give you a contra trade to this one. Let's look at this one. This is CPay. CPAY. I don't know a fucking thing about this company. I got to look them up. But let's take a peek. What are they doing over here at CPay? Looks like they already did the thing, didn't they? They already did the thing. This is exactly where fucking AMD is, right? Blast it down, slam into the monthly, come back up, back test the fucking daily, rip faces off up here, right? Boom, challenging the prior highs over here, come back down for a daily trigger cross through, and fighting for a breakout. I still like this trade even better. And I don't have to do shit, do I? I can just wait until it breaks above. Catches the new high, and boom, we're off and running. Pretty simple. Bull setup. Ready to rock. I got a daily trigger cross on a weekly trigger. Bullish as fuck. Wants to go back and fuck around on the upside. Great looking ticker. Not the best. Shit tons better than shit. As a matter of fact, you can set an alert down here. Right down here, like 280 or something. Even if you lost this, even if this trade passed you by, you're just looking for a little bit of blood. Boom, up and running, out of here. You know, come back down, get up there, a little bit of consolidation. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, off and running. Better ticker. CPay. All you got to do is break above this trend right here, hold it, and you're off and running to the upside. Looking for a breakout. Just begging for a breakout. Begging the fucking moon right now. Haven't even measured it. 325 probably, 320. Trading 293. Look for a pullback to like 280 to 320. It's a great trade. 1, 2, 3, boom, off and running. 1, 2, 3. Bam, there you go. Fairly easy. CPay. All right, next one. We're going to look at ARM next. What is ARM's? Let me go back here. Oh, nope. The ARM. When's their fucking earnings? 31st on Wednesday. I'll be shocked if ARM doesn't look exactly like or similar to a fucking monthly trigger. There isn't even a monthly trigger down there yet. So you have to go to the initial impulse way down here. You're going to expect them to be right about here. That trade is now dead. Yeah, we got all the way the fuck up there and busted through it. Look at that shit. Got all the way the fuck up there and busted right through it. Okay, so we know where the move started on ARM. Started right down here. Can be something said for the move starting even down here. Now this move here, if we can bring it all the way back to just above, we're talking about $100, somewhere in there, about $100. Let's take a look at ARM really quick. See what it's saying. It's just starting becoming bearish right now. Fuck. On a daily basis, it's getting bearish. On a weekly basis, I'm beared up on this one too. This one's got a range above and below of 10%, 10.7% expected move, 156.41. It's the same problem. It's the same fucking problem. Not that these you can't get good prints off these ERs. It's just trapped in its own like 128.17. Right there. So they got you hemmed in here. You got the daily trigger rolling down on top of you. The weekly is bearish. This is not to be trusted that it'll be held. Do not trust that holds. It might hold for like the next week. Something like that. Probably won't break the $100 mark. There can be an argument made that it'll hold 100. But this isn't good either. They're going to really need some real fucking pole sucking. I don't know what they can say. It's not good enough to have good earnings either. You have to have like a story for growth. So there better be like a growth story, and this is similar to AMD in the idea that velocity is bearish here, coming straight down overhead. I'm telling you what, man. There's a fucking crap. I'm telling you, there's a fucking like. Maybe it doesn't hurt the market out. Like the S&P 500 should hold up better than tech, but I'm telling you what, there's like a hidden fucking. Underneath the surface of this market right now, there's a hidden just like 2-3 days of blood to the downside, hidden inside this market right now. That is like every little thing points towards it. And if you get enough of these, this isn't really a heavy hitter, but it's in the fucking pile of heavy hitters. You just have that big capitulation move down over this week, and it can get fucking nasty. This looks like dog shit. ARM looks worse than even AMD. Probably because how much of a meme it is. And anything up here looks like get me out of the trade. You get a good report and it's just some other asshole up in here selling down on you. When they're telling you it's going to squeeze, they're going to have a great earnings only so they can get out up here. So there's like a group of people that want out. And they're going to sell hard into this. So the story and guidance better be good. The report better be fucking stellar. And you better have a new story of some kind. If you don't, see you down below at $100 on ARM. Bam. Bam. Yeah, right there. Something like that. That doesn't mean they don't have a good report in print, like on a smaller frame that you're going to not. It doesn't mean you can't get up there. It just means that it still resolves into a downside move down here. So it's not like you can't have a good report and be like, oh, fuck yeah, bro. Woo, we're up there doing it. And then you start this next leg straight down. So I would need to see like, I want to see like the good report, the good story, and then a reason for us to come higher again. Daily, hourly, everything is peachy. I'm down to buy a dip here on ARM. I'm down to buy a dip way down there to $100 on ARM. I got no desire to trade ARM as a bull. That sucks too, because even if it goes up, I could be in the wrong. I could not capture that trade because of just how it looks. There's easier trades out there than ARM. You want another one? Instead of this one, I'll give you another one. Give you another better trade. Oh, look at that. I got a daily cross and the weekly trigger. Shocker. Let's look at this one on a daily basis here. This one's been cranking. This one's doing pretty good. This one's on the move right now. This one looks pretty fucking good. So let's look at this one really quick. This one here. Oh, look at that. Shocker. This one wants to break out. Wham, wham, wham. Right? It's got a daily cross and the daily trigger down here. You know what happens, right? They rip it. Boom. They rip it. Boom. Now they want to rip it again right here. What do they want to do? They want to send it. Right? They want to send this, right? So coming into its hourly trigger right now, this stock looks way better. $20. $22. Own this stock. $20, $22. Put a cheap bid in down below here. Low, low, low. Look at this. They're just buying these lows all the way up. Seems kind of logical to follow that trend down there in the daily trigger, right? 22.59. Maybe you don't get left behind down here. A couple little DCAs down here in this ticker. EX, EL. Primed for a breakout up here. Primed for a breakout. I mean, you could even make a case. You could even make a case for just these lows on this ticker. Just snapping a line right down here. You can see where they step in and do it. 20 even, 20 flat. Buy order, standing buy order. Boom, $20. Make it over the top. EXEL. Still looks more bullish than either of those two tickers. Amazon. No. Yep. Hold on a second here. Next one we're going to look up. Amazon. AMZN. Look at all kinds of shit in here. AMZN. Implied move. 6.9%. I like Amazon better than a lot of these other ones you've called out. Everyone calls these other ones out. It's not just you. Amazon I like a little bit better. There some flows came into Amazon on Friday. I posted about it for you somewhere in the Discord or somewhere I posted to you Friday or Thursday or Friday that flows were entering into Amazon.
Is that the response to the Major Shams attack will likely lead to war with Hezbollah? Does not, however,
US natural gas futures extend their losses. The price is down to the lowest since April of last.
Again, there's an article there from Israel's Now 14.
Amazon's also a little bit more stable of a stock. It tends to like to spend a lot of time in range bound. Your local neighborhood financial advisor loves it because he can buy lows and sell highs on it when it's ready to go. And if you were a financial advisor, yeah, when you're down here, you're going to buy the dip, aren't you? Right? Even if there's a little bit of extra downside move, Amazon will recover typically. That's what you would say to yourself, right? Amazon's pretty easy ticker to trade. It's like an AMD, or it's like what AMD used to be. AMD used to be a really easy ticker to track. You buy a monthly call, spread on it, print, monthly put spread, print. It was an like entry level options. Slow was AMD for many years. Amazon retains some of that. It's nice, easy. Like if your first stock you're ever going to trade options on, for me, used to be AMD, and then it became Amazon, and these are one of the easy ones here. Now, if we have any market weakness, are you going to like Amazon down at $150? Comes the question. What do you think of Amazon at 150? Let me ask you that question. When was the last time Amazon went to its monthly trigger? Long time. It doesn't like going to its monthly trigger. Very rarely. This is 2022. Let's look a little bit farther back in time here and see where they actually like. They don't like going down there. Amazon doesn't like it. So this is our last bull run here. But we have some examples of it. Breaking below the weekly trigger. Boom. Bloodbath finally. This reminds me of what September and October should look like. Range expansion, sideways, new lows, a high, and then a bloodbath. You get your 10% down move. It just took fucking 3 months. Resilient market, right? So maybe you're not getting that monthly trade until you come into like October or some shit, right? Because Amazon's resilient. It's generally speaking is pretty resilient. But it is beginning to fuck around with its weekly, isn't it? It's beginning to fuck around with its weekly right now. It also is in some kind of a cup and handle, right? You got your cup up here. You got your handle up here. You know what they want, right? That fucking stupid shit right there, right? They want that fucking handle trade down here. What sucks is I don't think you get that handle trade until like October. You know, like time to get there. So I'm open to Amazon having a good report and a good print, but I'm also looking at Amazon to continue to the downside as time passes. On a daily basis, its weekly looks like dog shit. Its monthly looks great. Looks great for a long-term buy into the end of the year, maybe even into 2026, mid-26, mid-2025, possible. Quarterly, it's getting there. A little bit long in the tooth. But I'll tell you what, you go into something like this, it's ugly, right? See that little downside move right here? It's that little consolidation move, little blood down towards the monthly trigger over there. You're only looking to see that monthly trigger right there. That monthly trigger, that's your small pullbacks on weekly. So as I'm going to tell you, let's look at the 30-minute. That daily looks pretty good here. Not bad. Could be worse. Hourly leaves something to be desired. This probably is the best one of all of them. It's probably the best one of all three of them right now, if there was a better one. Probably the best chance of escaping, too. Overall, probably the best pick on a short-term basis. On a midterm basis, it looks like shit. and I guarantee it goes down into September, October. You will see this before this year is out. You will see Amazon likely trade 150. So I'll be looking for a trade down below here. They report on the 1st. And that's another funky thing, right? The 1st is like Thursday, and then Monday is they have a downside anticipated move of 170.68. It's even lower than the weekly trigger. 170.63 down here. So they're expecting, or they're priced in for some bad shit to be coming. So you hit that 160. I'm sorry, you'll make your way down to that 150. I'll guarantee you're going to trade that 150. So this could be mispriced as well. This ticker is likely mispriced. Upside expectations 195.83. So dealers kind of have both sides. I think there's going to be a wrecking ball coming through here. Coming through Amazon. Amazon, I think they get a good report. I think you fail. I think you fail your expectations on the upside, and then you head your way down to 170. I also think that down the road, you're likely looking that 170 could, depending upon the report, depending upon what is said in their guidance, 150 would be on tap for October at some point. But that's only if they give bad guidance. If they don't give bad guidance, 170 is the bottom. Whoop, I'd be interested in a long down there too. Mixed bag here in Amazon. Probably the bet of all the tickers you asked me to chart, probably the best one would be this one. The only other problem here is don't be trading options, single options like calls. Don't be spreading like call spreads is all I'd be trading. Call spreads, put spreads. There's like a wrecking ball of options in here. Like single issue, one directional options. Now this one's completely, in my view, priced in, up and down, unless there's like some really, really bad news. So there's Amazon for you, and I think you're lucky to even get this. Hold on here. That's not even what I think it's going to do. What I think it's going to do is this right here. This is your alternate count. This is like the most bullish I'll give you. I'll give you that possibility. But I'm seeing blood here in your future. That weekly velocity looks like shit on this stock. It's screaming like good news will be sold. That's what it's screaming. Good news will be sold. Any highs. It doesn't matter how high it goes. They're going to sell it. So any chance that there is to sell Amazon, they're going to take it. And you start breaking below this weekly trigger, and it's on to the downside. And eventually wind up down here. I'm surprised all three of those I'm pretty bared up on. I'm not really looking at this intraday stuff or this like report stuff. I think that it's just another opportunity to sell down, sell into that strength. It needs capitulation. I kind of like seeing this on Netflix. See that big dip buy down here on Netflix on their weekly? It's that big wick. This should be more like this now, right? We can come all the way down here and still be bulled up. And bleed this all the way down here just to get all bulled up again. Another fear here, too, is they bought the dip on Netflix, right, on their bad report down here. Printing, deleverage, right, come back down here, print it up, push it up again, deleverage some more, and then maybe Netflix even sees its monthly trigger, if it's even down there, end of October. There's a lot of degrossing going on in these big tickers. It's going to take time. It's moving like a pig, right? It takes a long time to get into these positions. It takes a long time to get out of them. Netflix, though, does look better on its higher frames, like it wants to go higher in the end of the year. Hopefully, it doesn't begin to break down here in a meaningful way. Its daily is still racing down. I'm still hopeful here. Like, I'm still hopeful that it comes down, if possible, it stays above. And it can like weather whatever's coming down the road. And it just keeps going higher and higher, breaks out to the upside. All these tickers are doing this. All these mag set, not all of them, but even Tesla. They didn't banish it to the shadow realm. I'll give Tesla that. Well, they're not done yet, are they? And there's where they came off to sell it. And they're going to try it again as soon as you get up there. Right? So we're not even there yet, are we? To the roll to go down in Tesla. Sell it. You know that people are out there going, I'm going to sell it here. I'm going to sell it here. I'm going to sell it here. So Tesla's not even out of the woods yet either. It still has a cross coming up. You want that down move and that up move, right? And you need to still escape. Like Tesla still needs to check its cross, get a new high, do your halfback trade right there. Then it needs to come back down, jump over, and then begin to make new highs to even be out, of this nonsense over here. It's got a lot of work to do. I don't like work on tickers. I'll be honest with you. I fucking hate it. I don't like working too hard. You guys want a third ticker to show you instead of Amazon? I can show you another one that looks better. But like, if I'm buying stock, I don't like the idea. Every time I buy fucking stock like that, or like catching any kind of knife, I hate it because I have a high percentage of failing in those stocks. It's better to be on trend with a stock, right? When it's beginning to break out or when it's beginning to turn around or that's Wyckoff, consolidation bullish count comes into play to the upside. Basically, you have a major high, right? Come all the way down here, failed breakouts, and trade sideways, begins to break out, and then you're Johnny on the spot right there trying to take it for another wave higher, right? And so I don't know. I don't know what to say about those three tickers. I think there are better earnings plays out there. We had 78% of earnings plays. What I read this earlier, 78% of the market earnings have beat. And 2Q second quarter 2024 EPS estimates revised higher to plus 10.2%. So a lot of these tickers are the wrong tickers, aren't they? And you're talking about a concentration of 7 tickers. So, all right, you're like, we want to like go long on these tickers that mostly retail is upside down in. And so they just want the small print so they can get out. So just be aware of it, that it's there still, or it's there for all 3 of those tickers. More downside would be expected. It's not necessarily because of a bad report. They have a good report, but no new funky news. It's more of just taking profit. That's all it is, taking profit and looking for a better price to rebuy back in. So think about that with these tickers. Like, do you like ARM where it is at its price, or are you just upside down? Ask yourself that personally. Am I just upside down in my ARM position, or am I really bullish here? Like, think about that logically from a bullish perspective. You'd rather have ARM come down and get that better price as a bull. I'm a bull. I already know where I want price right now. It took me 5 minutes to figure out where I want price on ARM to feel good buying it. Same thing on Nvda. Same thing on all these tickers. Sometimes it takes a while to get there too. It's not overnight. Your horizon, my horizon. Like, I'm a bull. I want ARM at $100 today. Tomorrow. Bad report. I want it like next day so I can go swoop in, buy it up, and be happy with my decision, right? Just be careful about who's out there telling you bullish this, bullish that. Those people might be upside down. You know what I mean? If I was upside down ARM, I would tell you that. It's got a fucking moon, bro. The first thing I'd be doing is getting out. Absolutely first thing I'd be doing is sell. I don't even give a fuck if we're going up again. I would just take the money and run on ARM. And I'd wait for a back test above the daily trigger and join you again. But a lot of those tickers, man, they're like primed for regardless of EPS, regardless of guidance, they're on the chopping block. And they really need like more than a slight beat. Oh yeah, we're going to sell less next quarter. Any of that shit. For them to not just moon, but hold the moon and keep going. You need to, a lot of this you need to trigger, like, you need to trigger demand on the opening bell the next day. You need to trigger demand after the close. You need to trigger demand at 4 a.m. And you need to trigger demand for options, like in mass, right on the opening bell. That's a lot. That's a lot for these tickers. So they better have a fucking story. Tell a fucking bullshit story about how they're going to change the world. A stock split, any of that kind of stuff. You get what I'm saying? Stop tipping me for tickers. I can't. But what if I can't get to it? What if I don't have the time? It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Seriously. I can't do them. I can't do them all. You guys are all asking me the same tickers too. They're all the same. There's no difference. Every one of them is the same. Every single one. Aapl, Meta, Misfit, they're all the same. SPY bleeding, trading sideways and down. I've got a bunch of contracts on 550, and they're getting murdered right now. They stay on to the close, I guess. And I am looking to take a short on the not a short, but I want you to be aware of this out there. I'm trying to put on a hedge in the market right now. All day long I've been trying to put one on. I haven't put one on yet, but I want you to know that I'm trying to hedge this market for a major downside move. Just be aware of that. What else? Yeah, these tickers, man, like all these Mag 7 tickers, like all these big, anything that's been running and running and running and running, that shit looks like it all wants to go. And there's so many other things going on in the market. There are gears around the world, in the bond market, in the cash market, on the back end, that is super hella sketchy. And it's very rare that I feel like this. Very rare where I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if we got tomorrow morning be down fucking 8%, like 2 days, 8%, 7%. Wouldn't even blink. And that's very rare for me to even think that. So we're either going to get that or we're hammering out a bot. It's like, I don't know how to explain, I kind of make this simple for you. We're either going to get this like capitulation downside move to go way, way, way higher, or we're hammering out a bottom to go way, way, way higher. And I can't figure out yet which it's going to be. Can't finalize a decision on it if we're going to get that bloodbath, but I know that shit's happening right now. So it would be a perfect opportunity to sell this fucker down hard and fucking fast, get a great fucking nice clean break, wash out all these motherfuckers, and then we head higher. And I'm hoping to put that fucking trade on the 1st or Monday, Thursday through Monday, somewhere in there. So I know it sounds crazy because I can't give you an answer if this actually happens or not. But the setup is there. It is fucking there, so it can't be denied. Anyone out there trying to deny that setup's there, they're out of their fucking minds. That setup is definitely there. Some kind of like fucking stupid doom. I can't say it's gonna happen though, because you can't that kind of shit you can't time. I can't time that shit, but everything I'm looking at is saying it's gonna happen. So yeah, you should see like there's a bunch of mechanics in this. You should see like a bottom in oil. If we get that roll down, oil would go down, but that would be a bottom. TLT might have one more down move. You might also see one more down move in the USD yen. You could see like an up, but a fast down move on that, and then you'd ricochet higher. We're bottoming. I just don't know if it's. I just don't know the depth of that bottom. I don't know, I just posted a comment in the Discord that said the same thing I've been saying to you all morning, and it was I'm going to read this to you here. I'm going to read this to you real quick. JPM suggests that the yen carry trade unwind is late stage. 100% it is. It's done. It's done. But further short-term turmoil can't be ruled out. Quote, our yen strategists note that the current level of USD JPY has fallen below the short-term fair value consistent with 3 Fed hikes. I'm with this. I'm with you. But they said they can't rule out more turmoil. So, you wake up tomorrow and the USD yen trade is blasting down for a day or 2 or 3. It's a blip on the screen. It really is. You look back at this in 3 months from now or 6 months from now, you're going to be like, we're worried about that bullshit. But intermediate or in the short term, that means you wake up tomorrow and SPY's blasting down percentage points, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. 8. So you have to at least be, I don't know, tactful here. as a bull. As a bull, there is real risk, real downside, like real fast and quick to the downside. I know nobody wants to hear that. I know we have mostly bulls here, and you guys don't want to hear that, but it's right there. There's just like everything is screaming it. And some prior examples too of if we have a breakdown in the bond yield, and yeah, TLT should be coming into a TLT and oil. Not only that, right? But oil should also signify a bottom in inflation. And for Jimmy Barry, if you're out there, it would also indicate that inflation should flatten and begin to rise with oil.
And
which would do what, Jimmy? I haven't said this on stream at all because I don't want to say it.
Cents lower.
Would also say that inflation would rise, right? And if inflation is going to rise down the road, then that is foretelling that the Fed is not going to cut. Not now, but in the future. Even if they're making promises coming up this week. If oil bottoms at some point and starts to rise, inflation should rise with oil. Does that make sense to you guys out there? You guys understanding all the mechanics here? Am I just talking to myself out in the middle of fucking nowhere and no one listens to me? So anyways, there's a lot of wheels spinning right now is my point. And you look back in a month or two and you'll be like, oh, that was nothing. Just like on a minute chart, 5-minute, 15-minute chart, smaller time frames. The machine is really running right now. Really running. Like it's running around the world right now. So fuck. Getting kicked. Stop kicking me. Stop kicking me. Fucking God damn. Pain in my ass. Oh, that hurts. That hurts, and that hurts. So there's a trap here for bulls. I don't know if it plays out. It's concerning, though. I'd really like to see SPY, see SPY get above the hourly trigger, get the hourly trigger above the daily trigger, and just the danger of it go away. And that danger is there right now. I need to warn you of that if you don't know. There's danger in this market here for a bull. Until price is above the hourly trigger and the hourly trigger is above the daily trigger. I need to warn you of that there is risk here. It wouldn't be nice of me not to tell you that. SPY coming back down again, range-bound trading. I'll show you a fun one. You want to see a fun one? I'll show you. You guys want a fun one? I got a fun one for you. Hold on. I got something fun for you here. I'll do you right. Look at Surf Pro just cranking. Thing's just fucking thing is going straight up. Here, chew on this one for me. Explain this one to me. Hang tight 1 second here. We got going on here? That's all they have? This is all they have? Okay. Okay, we'll do this one. Can I get two of those? No? Can't get two of those. Oh, that works. This might work. Hold on. You guys tell me what you think of this. Sweet. One quick second here. How do I even draw that in? I don't even know how to do this. I haven't used this thing in a while. Oh, there we go. I haven't used Weeble to edit charts in a while. So tell me what you think of that. Let me know what you think of that. If that makes that next leg down, right? That will drag everyone down with them. So until it clears itself up, you really need like cues to clear itself up. But if there was an index that needs to pull up a little bit just to stop, I'm telling you, it's there. It's right in the background. It needs to be like a break higher. I need to see like constructive tech. Give me some constructive tech and we'll start talking about we're done, we're at the bottom, all that kind of stuff. That's where that whole first push started. That takes us to like 18,100, right? 17,547, somewhere in there. 18,100, 547, 17,547, something like that. I really need spoos to like break above this daily trigger. I really need it. To be bulled up, I need to be above there. I need some good old loving. I need some good old spoos loving. Give me a second here. I didn't post it on public because I don't want it. I don't want that shit on public, but just, you want a simple way to see it, like the danger? There, that's the simple way to see it right there. It's clean as day. You need SPY trading above the daily trigger. You need improvements on tech at all, or at least Mag 7 or rotation somewhere else. Q's coming higher. Q's needs to be, this is Q's down here. It needs to be above its daily trigger up here. Or its pivot point at least, 468. Get me above that, and we'll start talking about, I'd really like to see it above 478, to be honest, up here. But I'll take the pivot point as a consolidation. You get us above that pivot point right here, and we'll start talking about recovery. Otherwise, hemmed in, awaiting data. Bunch of data this week, BFJ, Jerome Powell. And a pretty big fucking hedge in the market for a downside move. Okay, so what are you guys asking me to do now? You said coin, Meta, Apple, Misfit.
At $79.
Coin, Meta, Apple, I missed coin. Here, I'm going to look at them behind the scenes here. And I'll tell you if I'm willing to do them for you. How about that? Because if they look anything like the others, I ain't fucking going through it again. They're all going to ride or die together, one or the other. So I'll look at them really quick. Nope. Can't recommend Apple. Needs to be trading above 220 for even considering. And hold above 220. Apple needs to be above 220. Otherwise, price target $200. Meta. Meta had a nice dip buy down at 450. I like that. Meta, I'm bullish on. I'm bullish on their ER. Buy every fucking dip. Apple, bearish. Meta, bullish. Short-term bearish on Misfit, but it should resolve to the upside. Look for a price for a target of $400 to buy on Misfit. That's Microsoft, by the way. I want more down on it, but it's not bearish. Coin. Garbage. Coin. Bullish. Not before a retest down below 160. Bullish on coin, but I'd really like to own it at 160. Yeah, it goes up from here. It doesn't go down. But I'd still like to buy at $160. 227, 237. It's trading 237 right now. Its weekly velocity sucks right now. Yeah, maybe $200. Possibly 160, but I hope that it only trades 200. But it is looking to break out to the upside. What are my thoughts on GME? Let's do GME. Haven't looked at it in a bit. Nice little sell up here. No breakout though. Didn't get quite as high as we wanted. We're looking for 32 bucks. Got as high as 30. Came back down. GME. What's going on with your boy over there at GME? I saw him post something about Trump on Twitter, and fucking Superstock fucking had a meltdown. Thought that was hilarious. Ryan Cohen's like throwing all kinds. Then you got DFV like shifting money away and influence away in different tickers. That's got to piss off the bulls. What do I think here about GME? Let's have a look-see. Your weekly looks like shit. Your monthly looks great, but your daily looks like shit. Or your weekly looks like shit. Looks like dog shit. Oops, sorry about that. I don't know what I did there. Personally, $20 again, baby. And you'll get another stab at it. Let's just check this here. There's one really bad idea here. GME started this run down here at $11. You're going to hope here that these guys right here are all in. We're going to go stretch this down to $18. Hopefully you get your next target above here. You blast through that 35. You're already breaking it down, so they're going to take you back to where it started. Downside target, if you're bullish, $17.50. Unless conditions improve, you'd have to get above $25 on GME. There is also a weekly trigger crossing here on your monthly, but I don't think it holds. Yeah, I don't see it holding for now. I think the expectation is that you buy the weekly on the monthly cross. I think it fails. The monthly shouldn't fail, but you should break through it and then come higher. Like slam through it and then higher. And I'm looking for all this shit to get cleaned up in here. And for the buyers to be right in here. Right down in here.
And see where next up in 10 minutes.
Take another shot, another swing at it.
We'll be on the lookout for the latest financing estimates from the US Treasury. Do you know, in terms of a quick preview from JP Morgan, they do expect the Treasury to announce $809 billion in net marketable debt in the July to September quarter, below the prior Treasury estimate of $847 billion, assuming an end of quarter.
So is GME done for the year? No.
Estimates. Whiteson does expect $760 billion in borrowing estimates for July-September, however. And do note the drop in financing estimates by JPM is due to the reduced pace of QC from the Fed and a higher cash balance at the end of June. And looking ahead, JP Morgan, they do expect about $496 billion in net marketable borrowing needs for the October to December quarter, assuming a 2024 end cash balance of $775 billion.
Just your pain and my pain are probably different, huh?
Holdings by 25 billion per month, 3 years.
17, 18 bucks. Then you get your turn to the upside.
It's quarterly refunding announcement. Have got a preview on the News Corp headline feed if you do want to take a look.
Monthly is bullish. Weekly is dog shit. Jamie is not done for the year. Not done going up. It's 2:56, 3 p.m. Give me a quick second. I'm going to put out an expectation to the Discord. Give me just 1 minute here. One hour. Nothing's really changed here. Hold on here. Nothing's really changed from last night's brief. Sell that one. Blast right through that fucker right there. Hang tight 1 quick second here. I guess you could draw that in like this. I guess I could redraw it to account for that, couldn't I? Damn, I'll tell you what, that's some bearish ass shit right there. We better get this fucking close. I want to get this closed today at 5:50, right into the bell. Let me draw this like this so that you can see, bam, and the failure right there. I need to be cleaner in my drawings here. That one goes, that one fails, yep. Nope, not like that. Man, I don't like that failure earlier today. That 8 a.m. high was never answered. Ugh. Gross.
Update here out of Israel. Israel's foreign minister.
We need like 550 by the fucking close or by open tomorrow. Trade's not dead yet to the upside. I'm going to post this in the Discord for you. The upside trade's not dead, but not coming back to finish the target is a problem for me. So I'll post this for you in the Discord. Trade's still alive. Barely. It's hanging on the fucking... It's literally hanging on the hourly trigger. Nothing has changed as long as the HT is held. It bothers me. It bothers me.
And just a bit further on the geopolitical subject, US leads diplomatic push to deter Israel from targeting Beirut and southern suburbs in response to the Golan Strike. This is according to Reuters citing sources.
Hang tight 1 second. Right there. Okay, there's your preliminary expectations for nothing's changed from the weekend. The expectations over the weekend. The door is still open, but it's a fucking small one. This one right here, close at 1600, so you can plan your 1600. This is where we need to be, right above that fucker right here. What else we got? Expectations are done for tomorrow. Oh, we got one more thing to do. I need to find... do I need to find here?
A minute now until the top of the hour. We're looking out for the latest Treasury quarterly financing estimates.
Can I not make that bigger? Okay. All right, I guess I can't. Okay, note for today. After the close, today we've got Tilray, Sprouts, Symbiotic,
Barron's,
FFN, Lattice, Element Solutions, Rambus, SBA, Beyond, and Corcept. Tomorrow, before the open, we have SoFi, PayPal, Pfizer, BP, P&G, Merck, Corning, JetBlue, baby. And then we've got, I don't know who the fuck those people are. But after the close on Tuesday, we got AMD, Microsoft, Starbucks, another big one, Pinterest, Lemonade, EA. Before the open on Wednesday, we've got Boeing. We've also got Generac, MasterCard, and Teva. On Wednesday close, we've got Meta, ARM, Qualcomm, Lam Research, Western Digital. Some of the highlights.
Billion in Q3.
Thursday before the open, we've got Moderna, Crocs,
in Q3.
Mobileye, one of Winky's favorites. Not as of late. Wayfair. What else we got? Ceres, Toyota, Eaton, Crocs, Canadian Natural.
JP Morgan were looking for 809 billion more Wrightson.
And then after the close on Thursday, we've got Amazon, Apple, Intel, Coinbase, Roku, Block, Marathon, Snap. All the heavy hitters. All like the tech heavy hitters are in here. We need tech to save the day. Or else.
And just further ahead, does note, US Treasury expects to...
We literally need tech to save the day.
Does see the end of 2024 cash balance at 700 billion.
Like, not kidding.
Debt limit return.
There is a plank out there for tech. Whew. I haven't posted it. Put it in the Discord, so It's kind of like do or die for your tech bros. Start beating expectations and selling fairy tales to tech bulls. They have to save the day here. It's on issuance too, Binky.
And just further in this, it does note that the US Treasury is citing the Fed's slow asset runoff on the borrowing estimates.
Estimates came out a little early today. Here they are right here. No, that's wrong. Come on. What the hell is going on here? You know what I was watching the other day was I was watching wait a minute here. I was watching on Friday. I watched our stream on YouTube on a fucking phone. Holy shit. I haven't been on fucking YouTube on a phone in forever. I couldn't believe it. YouTube's a fucking disaster. YouTube's like a straight disaster. I had no idea YouTube had turned into that. Like, I don't watch YouTube on my phone. I spend so much time on the fucking internet all day long, right? I spend so much time in the morning and late night on the internet, like here with you guys, that when I get my phone, I'm like, it's literally like an emergency phone at this point for me. That's it. I have to like touch grass, get outside, do things, and not focus on fucking phone. Like, I don't need a fucking, I'm that guy that like, or I should say I'm young enough, or no, old enough to have lived without the internet and lived with the internet. I'm young enough to have had very like limited gaming. C64, I think was the first. I didn't play. I did see whatever. There was a gaming system back then, but I don't remember what it's called. Like ColecoVision, that kind of stuff all came in, Atari and all that shit, and then Nintendo. But I have like part of my life where parents would say, go outside, grab a stick, and play with it. And you were being a good parent. So I have that experience. So I don't go on my phone. People know this too. I have friends that are like, I have to call them 16 times to answer the fucking phone. Like, all my friends say that. Like, I try to be like anti-internet when I'm just with my phone. I'm not in front of a computer. And then when I try to get on the computing, when I try to like compute, try to do it with a laptop. I can't stand tablets. I hate them. Nothing you can say out there is going to make me feel any differently about it. I like a laptop. So if I can find some Wi-Fi somewhere, I'll pop on a laptop. Not my phone. My first go-to is not my phone. I don't walk around with my fucking phone in my face everywhere. And I'm bad at taking photos too. Like, I'll go places. I'm a great photographer. I don't take photos. I'm just there enjoying whatever I'm in. Or not enjoying. But either way, my phone is not fucking right there. It's not because I wouldn't. I used to use my phone way more for the internet. I just don't, because I'm on the internet so much that I just need away from it. Like, I can't have it in front of me. Like, the first thing my wife doesn't want to see me do is do this all day long and then be with my fucking phone checking the fucking this and the that, right? So I get on YouTube on Friday, put the stream on. Holy fuck! It wasn't just the stream. Then I put other videos on, like 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos, 45-minute videos. I couldn't fucking believe it. There's like ads upon ads upon ads. They got ads popping up from the bottom, ads popping up on the screen, fucking intermissions every 2 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't experience any of that on a laptop or desktop. I'm assuming this is because Android sucks at security. Guaranteed, that's why. Android blows on security. Blows. Like the privacy we give up on our phones versus a computer, huge difference. And then the tools that I have for my laptop, I rarely see ads. Rarely on a laptop, on anything YouTube. Very rare. And not that garbage at the bottom. Whatever that garbage is at the bottom of that shit, like all those fucking pop-up things and whatever, that shit's crazy. So at least on a phone, I was like, I can't believe people watch this fucking show on a fucking daily basis from their phones. You got to have like YouTube like special or something, right? Like YouTube Prime or whatever the fuck that shit's called. I couldn't do that shit on a phone. I'd want to shoot myself. If you're on YouTube and you watch this shit on your phone, if you don't have like tools to knock down the ads, you got to go to Twitch. There's no other way around it. Like, I don't know what the hell. YouTube's crazy. Yeah, I'm still holding calls. Yep, still holding calls. I can't even believe YouTube on a phone was bizarre. And now I don't have any tools on my phone for YouTube. I don't have like ad block, sponsor block, all that shit. But if you don't, I don't know if they work on a phone or not. But I was like, there's no fucking way. Yeah, on an Android phone with no like sponsor blocks, ad blocks, that kind of stuff, my phone is just like, it's like the information block beneath the video just pops up, then it pops up more ads, pops up more ads. There's like 3 different ways that they're advertising to you, 4 different ways. Yeah, it might work fine on an iPhone's a little bit more secure than an Android. I have an Android right now. I stopped buying iPhones because I break them unintentionally. I'm too rough. So I replace so much that the insurance just stops covering when they get bent they look like a banana, flattened banana when I'm done with them. So I just buy Androids, like throwaway phones. I'm pretty, like in my normal life, I do pretty rough things. I couldn't do it. I guess I could do it if I knew. I haven't downloaded any of the anti-spam or anti-ad or sponsor block stuff for my phone. I'm sure if I did that, but I don't even want to do the work for it. I hate being on my phone. If I wasn't on the stream all day long, I wouldn't be as adverse. But because I stream so much, that I just can't. Chop the tree down. Yeah, touch dirt. That's what it was like when I was a kid. What time is it right now? 3:15. I think I'm going to load up some more calls here. Take another stab at it here. Hold on. All right, but now I got 200 calls in the market. Different strike this time, though. Take a second stab at it. kind of like do or die here. Kind of have until like tomorrow at some point to trade that 48. 50 would be the choice. If I had my way, it'd be 50, 550. So now tomorrow what they're going to do is today they make the recommendations. Tomorrow they come to agreement and they make an announcement the next day, I think. Something like that. Has anybody checked the gambling sites on the presidency yet? I haven't looked in a few days. I wanted to see what happened over the weekend. What are the gambling odds right now? No. I can't believe any of those. I got to look at. Yeah, he's still winning. Trump's still winning. Oh, latest election odds. Yeah, he's still winning. They still have Trump fucking winning. Yeah, I don't trust anything but the gambling sites. They're pretty much the offshore gambling is the only real trust I have in. They fucked up so bad in the Hillary Trump thing that they overcompensate now. Not only that, there's just too much. There's like I need money on the line. No money on the line. If there's money on the line, I believe the odds more. I need money. If the money's on the line, I'm with you. No money, I don't want to hear it. Vegas always knows. Not always, but they roughly know. And they're pretty fluid too. Like you're saying with the whatever you're to predict it. As long as it's a gambling site, it's fairly there's some parts of gambling odds that I don't like that can't predict presidential outcome. It's protecting their book. But they usually do a fairly good job in the early stages of an election. I got to lean back a little bit and get my my nerves and my legs are bothering me here. And I asked some friends this weekend, too. I had some friends that I talked to about the election this weekend. I was actually surprised at some of the answers that I got from people. Unexpected answers from people. Hold on, give me like 2 minutes. I got to stand up for a minute. I got to stretch out really quick. Not seeing any kind of reaction yet to that. I just posted some news inside of the from QRE. I posted a synopsis of what took place today. I'm looking for a reaction here in TNX, TLT, the 2-year. Oof. I'm having like seizures, man. Like my legs are all fucked up. I was sailing this weekend and swimming, and I had a. Go back here. Is that me? Yeah, there we go. I was doing snorkeling, and I was doing a lot of swimming. My lungs are not. I don't have aqua lung anymore. I'm out of shape with my lungs holding my breath. I used to be able to hold my breath for like about 2.5 minutes. Somewhere in there. I can only hold my breath for a minute and a half right now. That's not too good. I need to practice breathing. Lonesome sock. Yes. I got you covered, brother. I will do that for you right now. I will chart that out for you and post it in the Discord. I need to learn to hyperventilate better. I need to hyperventilate more. What ticker do you want me to do there? Okay. I can do this one for you. Wasn't Baba getting pretty fucking bullish? Yeah, it did get bullish, didn't it? It got real bullish. We talked about this ticker already. I already talked about Baba turning up, and it turned up, right? You were already saying to buy that low down there. It's nice to see that it turned up. Let me make this bigger. Make that bigger. Make the Baba big. I thought we already looked at this ticker. It's still on track right now. Hang tight here. Gotta find this fucking where's the 4-hour bar? There it is. Show me the 4-hour bar. There's the red. There is the yellow. Christmas trees. There. Held up pretty good there. Right here. Held up real nice there. Just let me check its velo real quick. Its velo looks like shit. Daily. This daily looks fucking great, dude. Yeah, that looks like it'll work. This looks good. This is a good ticker you called out. Who called that out in there? Lonesome Sock. Good job. That's a good ticker to call out. It looks good all the way around. And it can have sustained. Its hourly trigger won't be like, it'll be pullbacks, not blood. This ticker looks great, man. I like this. I like the stonk. I like the stonk. It's a good one. Good job. Let me see here. Who was that? Was asking that? Who? Own some sock. Good ticker, by the way. Oh, you know where you're going, right? On this one. Let me see here. All right, down there. Nope, just like that. Easy there, killer. I guess we'll just make this one really farther out. Swoop down. Swoop down, swoop down. And that one might go up there. Swoop down, that's up, and then down. Swoop down. There. And then right back down underneath that fucker right there. Throw that in the trash. Get rid of that one. Something like that right there. Whoop. Right up, put above. Right down there. Not watching this too closely here. That looks about right. So this is really fast, so bear with me here if I'm not. Bear with me here, bro. Yeah, it looks about right too. It looks about right. Fairly good. I could probably spend another hour with that chart, but I could probably make there's some higher points in here that could get taken out. Wham, wham, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I could spend a little bit more time, couldn't I, working on this fucker? Harry, I posted that silver chart for you into the Discord. Right there, that one right there. Hold on, I'm reading something about the. Give me one quick second here. I'm reading. Fuck are they doing right now? Reading something about QRE right now. Hold on. Treasury's year-end cash balance from the middle of expected range. Close signs $1 billion cash balance implications for the next debt limit battle. The cash stockpile could probably drawn down to dictate a precise amount of cash that the Treasury is allowed to have on hand when the debt limit kicks in. Some deal. Oh, I got to read this fucking thing. Well, I got to read this really quick here. So the QT taper is primarily responsible for lower funding needs. Had been in place and the Treasury released its previous borrowing estimate. Treasury also kept its quarter-end cash balance unchanged, $8 billion. Just a heads up that QRE today is neutral to dovish for the cash market as of right now. Q4, it's above the estimate of this number then drops to 700 billion, which is above the 650 billion that was estimated. Since the street-wide estimate was your inner around 650 billion, this suggests that the real funding needs on Apple's was actually 515 billion, which is modestly above the median Wall Street estimate. Context: marketable debt borrowing need of 47 billion, right? I got to read this other part here. Treasury's year-end cash balance was around the middle of the expected range. It indicates a moderate decline relative to the elevated level of cash expected into the third quarter. Keep a close eye on the 700 billion year-end cash balance as it has potential implications for the next debt limit battle. That's next fucking. I hope that God that's next summer, not this summer. So that'll be a new president, anyways. Yeah, and you know there's going to be a fucking fight. Assumed cash balance upon the expiration of debt limit suspension on January 1st, 25. Assumption is based on the expected cash flow under Treasury's cash management policies and consistent with its authorities and obligations. To boost the market and to front-load debt needs, this quarter Treasury reported numbers that came in line with expectations for Q3 and slightly above blended estimates for Q4. So bullish on the shit from today. What are you guys saying this? They got to rally to the close. Be careful and be strategic with longs both ways overnight. Scam candle time. Have a good night, everybody. TTHOTM. Yes, sir. We need a strong close. Defining details related to Treasury quarterly for released at 8:30 p.m. on the 31st. I got all of it right in front of me. I got the whole fucking thing in front of me right now. I'd say it's not negative for cash markets. I shouldn't say it's bullish. It's not hawkish. No, it still doesn't been agreed to, so you got to wait for that on Wednesday if it's accepted. There's a lot of hand-offing to whoever the next president is. Don't rock the boat. I mean, this makes Yellen Yellen taking a victory lap here today or no? Like she should be taking some. I guess she can't till Wednesday, can she? They're gonna fucking victory lap this shit if it goes through. I promise you that. 100%, they're gonna victory lap this. No, it hasn't. This has nothing to do with who becomes the actual president. They're handing it off, regardless of who the president is. It's going to be a hot potato. It's not for now. It's a hot potato being handed over. That's what they're doing. They've given me 2 fucking pennies on this trade. He's fucking. I'm not going to say the word. 2 pennies. My other trade's dead. I'm up 2 pennies right now on this whole move up. God, this is like watching paint dry all fucking day. July, September 750, October to December 450. So I'll read a few things to you here. Q3 funding needs were revised lower to $740 billion, just below the market, or the just below the forecast of $750 billion from $847 billion projected last quarter. According to the Treasury, borrowing estimate is $106 billion lower than the announced beginning of quarter cash balance. In other words, the QT taper is primarily responsible for the lower funding needs. No duh. No shit. As a reminder, the Fed's plan hadn't been in place when the Treasury released its previous borrowing estimate. We blooded over that. The Treasury also kept its cash end balance estimate unchanged at $850 billion. Q4 funding needs released for the first time are estimated at $565 billion. It's $115 billion above the estimates of $450 billion, which is quite a bit higher, obviously, than expected, but which is also due in part to the higher TGA estimate of $700 billion versus the assumption of $650 billion. In summary, the Treasury expects to borrow just over $1.3 trillion by year end, although this number will end up being much higher if Trump becomes president and the U.S. unexpectedly collapses into recession in the first days of the new presidency. Trillions, baby. Trillions ain't nothing. Trillions ain't nothing. Unless we unexpectedly collapse into recession in the first days of the new presidency. That fucking guy spends money like crazy too. Like I don't think it really matters. SPY taking another whack at the upside move. I'm flat again. I'm going to have to hold these fucking things in a 415 because of the reports today. I guess we are staying here late. How do you get there? You fucking cocksuckers. I'm not fucking adding anymore. I might just exit here. I might just exit right now. I'm not willing to give. I made a shit ton of money Thursday into Friday. I made fuck tons of money. I'm not giving up all this money to you. I'm serious. Like this action, I can't trade it. I can trade it. I don't want to trade it. This is what I'm going to do.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
I am out of the market. I own stock and stuff. I'm out of options. I'm not dealing with this. I refuse to play. I don't give a fuck if we go up 100 points. I refuse to play this. No fuck you way. No zero dates for me. I don't give a fuck if we go to the moon, dog. I honestly don't.
You want to stay up to date with the latest.
That candle right there was the last trade for me for this whole week, probably.
Stay and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service.
I'm not playing this.
1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, they priced in the McDonald's in the last quarter. They priced that shit in like last ER report. I know we're going up. I don't care.
We are looking now to the.
I'm not playing it.
Imbalance.
I don't give a fuck if we go up 100 points in the next 5 minutes. I don't care. I'm not sitting here all day long. This is like a wasted day for me. So
to the sell side for the
Not doing
S&P 500.
low volume day.
It is 415 million to the sell side. The Dow 30 stocks are.
I should have just put a
50
spread
million
on
to the sell
today.
side. Mag 7
That's what I
stocks,
should have did.
160 million.
Should have just spread and
sell
did
side.
nothing, do nothing. Fuck off all day. Fucking trading options with myself here. But shit, you're not. There's like nobody in the market right now. I am not playing this game. There's like times in the market where I get to this feeling where I'm like, I don't want to fucking trade it. I don't want to work hard for money. I'm not working hard in here. This is nonsense in here. I don't give a fuck how high we go. I don't give a fuck if we went 300 points. If we woke up tomorrow up 10%, wouldn't shed a tear. Yeah, that was the quote. And that's the thesis too, right? If Trump wins, would they blast us down to the depths of hell? I don't talk about that on stream though. Wait, Binky. You say that to the wrong people and they're going to be like, no, we're going to the moon if Trump wins. Yeah, see this bullshit right here? I want nothing to do with that bullshit. Not a fucking thing. I'm so glad I just saved like a 60% of a second trade in this one. Get fucking lit. Blow me 0 to 8 bullshit today. Get fucking fucked 0 to 8s. Back to the 5-minute trigger. Eat my dick, dudes. I'm so glad I got out. I'm so fucking glad. And I don't give a fuck how high we go. I'm not fucking trading 0 to 8s with myself here. Fucking buy them for myself and sell them back to myself. Fucking stupidity. Yeah, there's a thesis that Trump triggers the early recession. You know, if Trump wins, right, he's going to cut. You guys know he's going to cut rates, right, immediately. Like, like the entire surface of the market changes if Trump wins. Is this me? Was that me that did that? I don't give a fuck how high we go. I really don't. I'm not playing this stupid ass shit. I ain't doing it. You just smote a whole bunch of you upside down too, I bet. Or you're flat, one or the other. They're pain trading you right now. Thank God. I'm not even buying this. I'm not buying that close. I want nothing to do with it. I really don't. It's like, it's all garbage trading until all this shit is done. It really is. Like, the more that I'm thinking about this, the more that I'm like, I don't want anything to do with it. Like, I don't even want anything to do with this week. I just want a low. I want a low for a big trade on Friday or Monday or the 1st or whatever. This is all garbage. All trash. Very rare we have this much in a week. We got a lot going on this week. Woof. Setting up that downside move. I don't like this close below the hourly trigger. I don't like the time. If you're in the Discord right now, I don't like seeing this shit, man. I'm telling you what. I want fucking highs, baby. I want them fucking moving. All this garbage shit here points to down. Like, I want shit moving. They're selling all strength here. All fucking strength gets sold. Every bit of strength gets sold. I ain't touching it. I'm fucking done. I fucking want to see a goddamn weekly trigger or a price above the hourly and the daily. There ain't no way I'm giving my money back, dude. I fucking refuse. You can suck balls on that. Literally suck balls. No fucking way. No playing. Unwilling to play this game. That was enough for me. It used to take me a long time to figure it out. No trading. Done. Look at that shit smoting down here. Who's upside down right here? Or who's about to get upside down? I don't even want to buy that. Normally, I'd be buying this. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to buy that close right there. I want nothing to do with it. I don't need stretching. I was watching some stretching earlier today, and I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, straight fucking bullshit. Thank God I fucking got out. I'd be at fucking zero in both trades. Fuck you, market. I guess I'll count that as a win. My loss could have been way worse. As soon as I saw that fucking pullback down here, I'm like, it's too late in the daytime. I'm like, it's fucking 12 minutes left. You're like, got a red candle down here, 12 minutes left. Fuck you. It's fucking straight up. Fucking, you're either gonna, I was like, yeah, we're either gonna rip this fucker right up here. The moment that I saw that pullback, I was like, no fucking way. Look at that shit. Garbage. garbage. Fucking shit garbage. Means you don't do shit. You just wait for all this data to come out. Yeah, I ain't buying that. I know. Buy that. I know. Buy the dip. Buy the futures. I know. I get it. I ain't participating. I fucking refuse. You get fucked with that. That was the one that said no more for me. No, thank you. Eat a bag of dicks. Nope. Don't care. Don't care. What a shit day. All right. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. You guys, I think I have everything out to you at this point, what to expect the rest of the week. We've got some big reports coming out this week as the week ramps up. We also have big data coming out with Jerome Powell. We also have the fucking bond vigilantes and the fucking old fat fuck men. No offense to those guys, but take 3 fucking days to shit out a log. Fucking boys in the bonds department. Then we got Jerome Powell want to shit out his log. Then we got Yellen that's going to come out and talk shit. I'm sure she's going to come out and suck herself off. It's probably a good week not to be doing shit. Let all this shit come out. Let them air out all their dog shit. Let them air out the fucking Mag 7. Find a low and buy it for late August. You guys all have a great day. Catch up with you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. It's not even really Bob, is it? It's just stop hunting everywhere. I don't want to fuck with it. I'm not going to mess with it. I'll give away fucking 50 grand doing this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it, dudes. Not doing it. I got to pay taxes on the fucking 50 I made fucking Friday. I'm like, I'm not fucking giving away 50 up, down 20 grand fucking taxes. Like, I'm doing this shit at the end of the year. Ain't doing it. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. There is a nice little dip buying opportunity in here, by the way, if you like trading overnight zero dates. I just don't want anything to do with it. I don't want to deal with the up, down, zigzag, 10 points here, 10 points there, 10 points here. Like a 5-minute trade, it's fine. And I got caught in a 5-minute trade this morning. So even then, I don't want to deal with it. So if I'm the only guy walking in there and buying in fucking 500 goddamn contracts, I'm the fucking only asshole in there. They're going to fucking drag us down on a low volume day. Fuck off. I'll wait. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Catch you then.